Chapter 261. After leaving his homeland, Kureha traveled throughout the continent, teaching Kulin everything he knew. The warmth of freshly baked bread, the softness of a feather-filled pillow, the beauty of the four seasons, and the martial arts passed down in his clan. Kureha seemed to want to give Kulin everything, even what Kulin was denied because he was used as a vessel for a curse. As if trying to make up for what was taken from Kulin in his life, he gave generously. However, there were two things he did not pass on: the final secret technique of the clan's martial arts, and the curse. Whenever Kureha used his powers, the affected area would become mummified, a curse that he bore. Kulin persistently questioned his brother about these two things. Kureha would answer with a bitter smile, evading the question. Yet, Kulin had a faint suspicion that Kureha knew both the secret technique and a way to transfer the curse. He just wouldn't tell him. At the northern wall, "Kulin, are you even paying attention?" Startled by Evangeline's sharp yell, Kulin snapped back to reality. The Wolf King, Lunard, was charging right at him. 10 sharp claws from the monstrous commander sliced through the air. Ugh! Kulin barely deflected the attack with leaf drift. Shriek! Lunard's own claw attack was deflected back to him. Lunard stopped his forceful swing, preventing his attack from slashing himself. "Seems you haven't forgotten the intricacies of the martial arts I created, Descendant." Lunard's red eyes sparkled with satisfaction. "But if you keep getting distracted, you'll die!" Exclamation point. As Lunard charged once again, Kulin tried to evade the onslaught, but the Wolf King's claws were already descending upon him. Suddenly, Evangeline intervened. Zing! Evangeline's shield shone brightly, absorbing Lunard's attack. It was her first skill, damage save. Immediately after, she thrust her lance forward powerfully, releasing the absorbed damage in a counterattack called Damage Payback. "Ha ha!" Lunard laughed, deflecting the attack with his claws, and quickly created distance between them. Heh, heh. Exhausted from the rapid exchange with the enemy leader, Evangeline gasped for breath. "What are you doing, Kulin? We're facing the enemy boss. Get it together." "I'm sorry, Lady Knight." Kulin apologized, but he kept staring at his hand. The hand clenched and unclenched repeatedly. "I feel so close to some epiphany." It felt like the next step in the martial arts he had honed his entire life was just within reach. Yet it's out of touch, as if something was obstructing him. "He's coming again. Everyone, get in formation!" Evangeline shouted sharply. The rest of the party immediately took their battle stances, and, a beat late, Kulin clenched his fist in preparation. Whoosh! Lunard leaped into the air, gathering his strength. Under the dazzling moonlight, a crimson aura gathered around the silver wolfman. Lunard roared, thrusting his arms forward. "Unleash it all at once!" A massive blade of red magic power was formed and shot forward. It was a wide-area skill from Lunard called Red Moonlight Slash. Evangeline narrowed her eyes. She had already received information about the Wolf King's attack patterns from Ash. And so, she waited. She waited for this very moment when the Wolf King used its wide-area attack skill. Ugh! Drawing a deep breath, Evangeline's body surged with a blinding white magic power. Taking a knee to the ground, Evangeline slammed the shield in her left hand onto the ground. Flash! Immediately after, the white magic from Evangeline dispersed above the 10 allies, forming into rectangular shields. All 10 members of the party appeared to have a magic shield attached to them. Final Fortress. It was an ultimate skill acquired by Evangeline. This first effect grants the damage save buff to ally party members. Ying! Lunard's red magic blade struck all the party members. However, it shattered against the magical shields that Evangeline had provided. And then, the second effect. Roar! The skill protected the ally party members with damage save, while accumulating the damage, concentrating it into her lance. An overwhelming torrent of light gathered on the cavalry lance in Evangeline's right hand. The swirling energy resembled a massive lance blade in and of itself. a defensive skill that protected the entire party by absorbing the damage, and an offensive skill that returned the damage to the enemy in full force. An ultimate skill that achieved the dual objectives of protecting allies and striking the main enemy. Take this. Evangeline, holding the massive lance of light, charged alone at Lunard. She looked as if a massive fortress was hurtling towards the enemy. Boom! The lance of light pierced Lunard, causing the ground to rupture and explode in a massive detonation. Its power was several times greater than the standard damage payback. With her lance thrust forward, Evangeline gasped for breath. It was her first time using this skill in actual combat, so she couldn't estimate its power. Did it land? However, well done, Lancer. From amidst the smoke that enveloped the burning earth, the chilling laughter of the Wolf King echoed. But your lance, it doesn't seem to keep up with the brilliance of your skill. Evangeline flinched and gazed at her cavalry lance. The shaft and tip of the lance were slightly bent from the battle. This caused the point of impact to be dispersed, preventing the damage from being focused on one spot. And so he endured. Roar! Lunard burst through the smoke and charged. Though his claws were broken and his body was drenched in blood, he was still grinning. Gah! Evangeline swung her lance in desperation, but, clang! Lunard parried with his claws and lunged at her. All his remaining claws shattered, but Lunard didn't even blink. Grab! The Wolf King's massive hand seized Evangeline's shield, forcibly breaking her guard. Subsequently, a fist imbued with red magic, from his other hand, struck Evangeline's abdomen. Boom! GH? Her armored parts had already been blown away. The golem armor, stripped down to its skeleton, didn't offer proper protection. With a ferocity that seemed to tear apart the breastplate, the Wolf King's fist lodged itself into Evangeline's abdomen, causing her to bend over like a shrimp, coughing up blood. Cack! As blood and bile poured from her mouth and nose, Evangeline, shaking uncontrollably, attempted a counter with her lance. But, wham! Lunard's fist struck her once more in the abdomen. Darkness flooded her vision, not just from her nose and mouth, but blood poured from her eyes and ears too. Evangeline slumped over. Her lance rolled out of her grasp, and the once vivid green eyes of the young knight went dim, losing their sparkle. When you're responsible for the defense line, you can't stand out alone. For the sake of your allies and for yourself. Lunard chuckled, raising his fist to deliver the finishing blow. The moment you charged at me trying to counter, Lance Knight, your defeat was sealed. Clang dash. Broken nails flew from Lunard's fingertips, and new ones, sharp as blades, emerged. Without hesitation, he aimed straight for Evangeline's throat. SSHHK dash. But Godhand lunged forward desperately, crossing his two iron lances to block the strike. Lunard's claws easily shattered Godhand's lances, but Godhand quickly reassembled them, continuing to defend. Whiz! Whiz! Hold him off! Protect the knight! With Burnout's sniping shots, the penal squad attacked Lunard with their respective weapons. Lunard retreated, laughing under his breath. Bodybag! Move Evangeline to the rear. Saintus! Heal her now! Following Godhand's orders, Bodybag urgently used telekinesis magic to transport Evangeline to the rear, and Saintus Margarita, with a pale face, started pouring healing magic. Evangeline's injuries were severe, and she had lost consciousness due to shock. Saintus Margarita was pouring all her divine power, but the situation wasn't improving. And for the rest of the party facing Lunard, thud, whack, cough, arg, they were faltering. The reason these 10 could face Lunard until now was entirely because of Evangeline, a standout tanker among the renowned SSR-grade heroes in this world. So, to put it another way, with Evangeline down, the front line couldn't hold any longer. The tide of the battle, which was barely held at bay, began to quickly turn against them. The Wolf King howled, and the heroes defending were gradually being cornered. What should I do? How? Thump, thump, thump. Watching the approaching giant foe, Coolin clenched his fists tight. How can I defeat this monster? In front of the southern wall. Lucas' ultimate skill, divine descent, had ended. Most of the magic power Lucas had was depleted, and the golden aura surrounding him faded away like a snuffed-out flame. Letting out a deep sigh, Lucas rolled his stiff neck. His entire body was covered in the blood and flesh of the beasts. All around, a mountain of corpses. The bodies of werewolves slain by Lucas' blade formed small hills, easily numbering in the hundreds. But there were still more left. Growl, growl. Most of the southern wall was overwhelmed by the werewolf legion, wiping out more than 80% of them. Yet, around 20% remained, encircling Lucas. There were easily well over 100. Moreover, the white werewolves. From the werewolf legion, 2 elite monsters appeared. They had waited for Lucas' strength to wane and deliberately showed themselves on the battlefield a beat later. This is bad. Pulling out a magic potion, Lucas quickly gulped it down, clicking his tongue. It's harder than I thought. It was, of course, the first time he used divine descent in real combat. He had anticipated some after effects, but he hadn't imagined his entire body would feel like it was being wrung out. Muscle pains spread throughout his body, and even after consuming the potion, his drained magic power showed no signs of recovering. With things like this, he couldn't use strike of will, let alone step of persistence. Is there no other way? As the wolves steadily closed the distance, Lucas sheathed his holy silver long sword and drew another sword from his waist. Karma Eater, a weapon that converts affinity points into sword energy. HAA. A sigh escaped Lucas' lips, bending forward slightly. Steam began to seep out from between his lips, between the strands of disheveled blonde hair. His blue eyes shone with a wild light, reminiscent of a beast's, and a faint mist drifted from his back. Beast transformation. Becoming closer to a monster in order to kill a monster. Seriously, don't use the beast transformation. It's scary, thinking you might turn into a werewolf. He suddenly remembered what his lord had once said to him out of concern. A bitter smile flickered across Lucas' face. He knew the risks, but what could he do if it was for the sake of protecting? Even if it meant stepping halfway into the monster's realm. Virum. Flames of sword energy began to burn from the blade of Karma Eater. Clutching his sword and baring his fangs, Lucas let out a fierce grin. Let's start round 2, friends. Boom! Kaboom! Supportive magic and bombardment rained down from the walls at the monsters. As if on cue, the remaining werewolf packs rushed in from all directions. Kicking off the ground, Lucas charged forward like a wild beast. Chapter 262. Crossroad. Downtown. Attack. Slime. With my fervent cry, a large tricolor slime shot out, latching onto the head of the werewolf. Growl. Slurp. Slurp. The slime enveloped the werewolf's head, preventing it from breathing. The werewolf thrashed violently, trying to pry the slime off, but ultimately failed. Thud. Collapsed from suffocation. Nice. Brilliant. Tricolor. Slurp. Slurp. The tricolor slime swirled itself roundly upon my praise. Was it expressing happiness? Captured monster. LV.20 tricolor slime. R.S. loyalty has increased by 1. It really was pleased. The tricolor slime smoothly climbed onto my shoulder and swiftly disappeared into the void. Good job, buddy. My second skill. Become mine. Once per stage, it allowed me to permanently bind a monster affected by Gaze of Command under my command. Although it would be beneficial to use it consistently in every stage to gain a new subordinate, due to various events, I hadn't been able to use it properly. In Stage 5, I used it when I killed Celendian. Stage 6, the ambush cleared out all the enemies. I couldn't participate in Stage 7 as I was away in the Imperial capital. Stage 8 was my first battle back, and I lost the perfect timing. It was only in Stage 9, during a free exploration of the Slime's Lair dungeon, that I was able to capture a tricolor slime. This slime is that very creature. I named it Tricolor. It seems to consider this mysterious void space as its waiting room, like an inventory. No need to even build a facility for it. Though this mechanism seems oddly convenient, as long as it aids in my strategies, why not? I hurriedly ran deeper into the city. Where's the next werewolf? Growl dash. Barely a thought passed when another jumped out from a dark alleyway. Whoa! You startled me. I screamed in surprise, unleashing a blade of magic. But the creature charged at me even as the magic blade pierced its body. Why is it so tough? Thud. Bang. Cough. I tumbled down the alley intertwined with the werewolf. Its strong hand tightened around my neck, choking me. Slurp. Tricolor sprung from the void, covering the werewolf's face, cutting off its air. Yet the werewolf didn't let go of my neck. I need to use the stake. I aimed the emergency stake shooter strapped to my arm at the werewolf's flank. But, oh no, I had already used it earlier. The shooter was empty. I had been continuously battling werewolves in these back alleys. I was out of options. Choke. Ugh. Gah. Darkness started to close in on me. This was bad. Whiz. Whiz. Suddenly, silver arrows pierced the air, embedding into the werewolf's neck. Growl? The dying werewolf spilled blood and fell sideways. Gasping, I sat up. That was too close. Your Highness. It was Damien who shot the arrows and now rushed to my side, a crossbow in his hand. Thanks for saving me, Damien, but did you come all the way here yourself? I ran out of bullets for the rifle-shaped magic gun, and my magic powers drained. Thought it would be better to get closer to the battlefield. On Damien's hip were the pistol-shaped magic gun Cerberus, the machine pistol woodpecker, and silver bullets. If that's all he had left, it made sense to be closer to the front lines. The other reserves are searching in the opposite direction. I'm about to take a vantage point nearby and start shooting. Damien lifted his head, surveying the surroundings. I also took a look around. The nearest tall building was over there. The chimney of a public bathhouse in the vicinity seemed the highest. Damien nodded and headed that direction. I'll provide cover fire from there. Hang in there, Prince. Thanks, Damien. Watching Damien rush towards the public bathhouse, a thought struck me. How did we get this deep into the city? How many werewolves were left? Could we fend them off before more damage was done? Erf! Help! Please dash! Sudden sharp screams reached my ears. Startled, I ran in that direction. What's happening? Near the public bathhouse was a barracks, and in an open space by the barracks, two elderly people were running out in a panic. What happened? Hearing my shout, the two elders recognized me and quickly explained. My lord, a monster, a white-furred monster is there. The soldiers tried to hold it off, but they've all been slaughtered. And, pressed for details, the elders exchanged glances. There was this scrawny, limping young man who stood against the monster. He fought well. He was protecting us until a moment ago. But he said he couldn't hold on much longer and told us to get out. Skinny, limping. I knew immediately who it was. Gritting my teeth, I rushed towards the clearing. Quick, go home. Lock your doors and hide. Not long after rushing into the clearing, I found the monster facing off against a human. Rhea! A bloodied white werewolf howled. Cough, cough. It was a blood-soaked Kureha. Kureha's entire body looked mummified. Flesh and muscle from all over his body withered. How did he withstand this with such a condition? Then the white werewolf charged at Kureha. I quickly intervened, swinging my staff and releasing a blade of magic. This is chi sword technique, you bastard. Well, not really. Thud. Thwack. The magic blade pierced its torso, and the enraged eyes of the white werewolf swiftly turned to me. It was a high-level elite monster which was kind of intimidating, but damn it, I wasn't just going to stand there and watch. Tricolor dash. I hurled the tricolor, which had just popped out of nowhere, like a baseball. Smack. Thud. Tricolor immediately wrapped around the white werewolf's face, once again blocking its breathing. The white werewolf struggled, unable to breathe. Good. Kureha. Your Majesty? Kureha, with eyes wide in surprise, looked at me. I quickly supported him from the side. We need to fall back. This creature is too dangerous for just the two of us. Kureha had lost his combat ability, while I was a commander with abysmal personal combat skills. Somehow, we could manage to take down a brown or a gray werewolf, but this white one was on another level. We need to flee right now. Then, a horrible sound rang out. Startled, I turned to see the white werewolf tear off my tricolor slime from its head. The creature balled the tricolor slime in its hand, and with a sudden squeeze, it was destroyed. Ding! Captured monster. LV.20 tricolor slime, R, has died. Tricolor. New. I screamed involuntarily. This damn monster. How dare it harm my tricolor? After everything we've been through, I had dreams of nurturing it to evolve into a slime emperor. Damn it. The white werewolf's eyes shifted towards us. I swallowed hard, banishing any stray thoughts. Damien probably hadn't reached his sniping point yet, and our scouts were out gathering information from other places. We were alone. How can we defeat this creature now? Suddenly, the white werewolf lunged at us on all fours. I tried to quickly summon the taunt tower to divert its attention. Oh, but I realized I didn't have the necessary magic core in my inventory. Frantically searching my pockets, the realization struck me. Throughout the night, ID used up almost 10 magic cores, repeatedly constructing and dismantling the shield tower. ID exhausted all my spare cores. Damn it! In desperation, I locked eyes with the creature and used the gaze of command. This skill was a gamble, especially in situations like this, but I had no choice. Using gaze of command. Please make eye contact with the target. The world around me seemed to slow down, and a blue interface characteristic of skill usage spread before me. Target detected. 1. Please state the command. Listen here, monster, you will. With all my might, filled with magic and desire, I shouted out the easiest yet most effective command I could think of. Lie down now. A jolt went through me as all the remaining magic in my body was expended. I'd been on the move all day, so there wasn't much magic left. A sense of heaviness engulfed my heart, and blood gushed from my nose. Command difficulty, easy. Comparing user's intelligence stat with the target's magic power stat. Determining success rate. Starting resistance roll. Ding. A sound indicating the completion of the assessment echoed, followed by a flash of blue light. I tasted the metallic flavor of blood and clenched my teeth. The creature was already too close. Did it work? Assessment complete. Failure 1. The command has not been executed. What? Damn it. SH. That's why I can't trust these probability games. These bastards always fail at some point. Damn it. Whether I cursed out loud or not, the white werewolf rushed at me with a terrifying speed and took off after hitting the ground. I need to dodge with the blink dagger. I quickly drew the dagger from my inventory. It was the SSR grade dagger flash knife I got from a loot box a few days ago. Its ability allowed me to teleport to wherever the dagger was thrown. As I was about to throw it to the side to dodge the attack, I hesitated. This dagger only teleports the user. Even if I could evade, Kureha couldn't. Suddenly, Kureha snatched the blink dagger from my hand. Huh? A blink dagger, huh? I'll borrow this for a moment. Wadash. Huh? Did he know the purpose of the blink dagger? But what was he planning to do with it? Kureha threw the dagger I handed over straight at the white werewolf. The airborne white werewolf couldn't dodge the thrown dagger. Thud. The dagger pierced weakly and then, flash dash. In an instant, with a burst of light, Kureha teleported. Whoosh dash. Splitting the moonlight, Kureha's flying kick plunged deep into the white werewolf's abdomen. He pushed the dagger deeper with the tip of his foot. He had replaced the missed opportunity due to his mummified state with the teleportation function of the blink dagger. Is he a genius? It was a picture-perfect kick. Blood gushed violently from the white werewolf's mouth, and the remaining flesh and muscle on Kureha's right foot turned to dust and scattered. Had his body been intact, that one kick would have killed the monster. It was that perfectly executed. However, it wasn't enough. The stance might have been perfect, but there was no strength left in his physical body. The attack fell short, and the monster resisted. Growling, spitting blood in midair, the white werewolf sharpened its claws and lunged forward, piercing through Kureha's abdomen. Chapter 263. In the heart of the city. From his vantage point atop the public bathhouse roof, Damien witnessed the retreat of allies from every battleground. To the north of the city walls, Evangeline lay injured and fallen. The remaining heroes were cornered by the Wolf King. At the south wall, Lucas stood isolated, with a horde of werewolves charging at him from all directions. Throughout the city, fierce battles raged between hordes of werewolves and people. Even where Ash and Kureha were, Kureha had sustained severe injuries. Which front should I support first? The equipment he had at his disposal consisted of 3 magic handguns, 1 magic machine gun, and a crossbow. It was impossible to address the chaos unfolding in every part of the city. Damien gritted his teeth. No, I can do this. Damien's round brown eyes glowed bright, emitting a white flash. It's not a matter of whether I can do it. I must. Setting down his crossbow, Damien drew the twin handguns, Cerberus, with both hands. The remaining magic power in me. He had taken some time to rest and recover, but it wasn't much. Still, he did not hesitate. Damien's farsight shone brilliantly. Target acquired. He identified information about friend and foe alike across the entire battlefield using farsight. The influx of information piled up in Damien's vision, the rush of data sounding like the flipping of pages. As hundreds of units of information poured in within moments, Damien felt his head throb with pain. But he didn't stop. He mentally locked onto each target. Click. The 2 handguns in Damien's hands pointed forward. Ultimate skill. Showdown. He fired magic bullets at every target in his sight. Healing bullets for allies and offensive bullets for enemies. A simultaneous heal and damage infliction on both allies and enemies. The ultimate skill activated by Damien, the Magibullet Marksman. However, the effectiveness decreased as the number of targets increased due to the limited bullets and magic power Damien possessed. I'll make up for the decreased power with my eyes. Tears streamed down from Damien's overworked eyes, but he didn't stop. To the places where our allies are most injured, and the enemy's weak points. I'll hit them all. Targeting complete. Having selected all his targets, Damien began firing his handguns without pause. At the southern wall, Lucas caught his breath, panting heavily. Leaning against the wall, with his blood-soaked sword gripped tightly, Lucas' armor was a mess. It was tattered and gruesomely torn apart from being scratched and hit by the monster's claws. Before him, wolves surrounded Lucas, preparing for their next attack. Lord Lucas, a voice called out from above the wall. It was from the magic troops, Fox and Rabbit. Enough! Come inside the wall. There's no need to continue this hand-to-hand combat. It's safer to fight using firepower while staying close to the walls. Isn't it? Of course, that would be safer. Lucas wanted to do just that. He could no longer use his ultimate skill, and his transformed beast form was nearing its limit given his depleted condition. However, 2 white wolves stood before him. Heh. 2 white werewolves. Lucas hadn't seen the retreat, and even if he had managed to retreat, there would be challenges that followed. With the immense agility emanating from their powerful bodies, these creatures would have stormed the ramparts in no time. That would mean engaging in close combat atop the walls. Currently, all the forces capable of close combat had been sent into the city. On the walls were only the artillery, archers, and 4 mages responsible for firepower. It might be better to hold them off here. Holding them at bay here while bombarding them with cannons, ballistae, and magic from the walls would probably be more effective. I just need to push a bit harder. Whoosh! Lowering his stance, flames erupted from Lucas' long sword, the Karma Eater. Although the Karma Eater was consuming his wild nature, Lucas felt it. Despite that, he felt his wild transformation advancing further. The more the transformation progressed, the closer he came to becoming a beast. But the energy Karma Eater consumed was consistent, causing this phenomenon. Even so, even if he was not halfway, but fully stepping into the monster's realm. Even so, if I can just hold on. Then, in that moment, flash, magical projectiles shot from the city center poured down like a shower. Lucas looked up in surprise at the streaks of light above him. Damien? Hundreds of magical projectiles, like shooting stars, streamed down targeting various foes. Thud, thud, thud. Like a meteor shower, the projectiles hit the werewolves' hearts, eyes, and throats. The ones already wounded got hit precisely at their injured spots. Gurgle, grow well. Though each projectile wasn't that powerful, the problem was where they struck. The wolf monsters, hit precisely at their weak points, either died vomiting blood, writhed in agony, or at the very least were momentarily stunned. A healing projectile hit Lucas. Its effect was minimal, but like a drop of water to parched lips, it felt invigorating. Taking a deep breath, Lucas stood upright. With this, he could fight a bit longer. Hararg. Mustering his energy, Lucas charged at the staggering werewolves, severing their throats and splitting their chests open. In a matter of moments, about a dozen of the remaining werewolves were brought down. I can definitely do this. As Lucas was catching his breath, whoosh, two white werewolves lunged at him simultaneously. The two elite monsters showcased a perfectly coordinated joint attack technique, as if they had been training together for ages. Their strikes came from all directions. What the? Caught off guard by their sudden precision, Lucas was taken aback. Even the great Lucas, exhausted to his core, found it challenging to fend off a perfectly timed combined attack from two elite monsters. Rip, rear up. His worn-out armor completely shattered, ultimately leaving his body vulnerable to hits. A monster's claw brutally slashed Lucas, and a sturdy werewolf leg kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him flying back. Crash! Ugh! Lucas, pinned against the fortress wall, coughed up blood. He tried to use his longsword as support to get up, but head dropped it. The Karma Eater head let go of rolled away in the distance. Lucas stared blankly at it for a moment before bursting into a smirk. Clink, clunk. It felt like the last safety mechanism had just shattered and fallen to the ground. Leaning bloodied against the fortress wall, Lucas twisted his mouth into a grin. Got it, I got it. I'll play by your rules. The knight, who was already treading into the beast's domain, took another half-step. Sizzle dash. Heat wafted out like mirages from behind Lucas. Almost crouching on all fours, Lucas' blue eyes flickered like flames as he drew his long sword. Come on in, dash. He looked even more like a wolf now. Front of the northern wall. He, ha. Lunard laughed lowly, gripping Kulin's collar. The taste of victory is always sweet, descendant. Bloodied and battered, Kulin dangled limply in the Wolf King's grasp. The same went for the rest of the party members. Not just the penal squad, but the shadow squad too. They were all brutally scattered and defeated. Only Saintess Margarita was desperately healing and shielding, managing to keep everyone alive, but it felt like a candle in the wind. Kulin stared at his distant ancestor through blood-soaked eyes. Too strong. Overwhelmingly strong. The gap was too wide, and his fists felt futile. After all, aren't you too weak, descendant? To think you share the blood of this Lunard. Do you know why you're weaker than me? Lunard sneered. You're suppressing your true nature. True nature? Yes. Aren't you hiding the wolf's blood you inherited from me? Now, accept yourself, descendant. A strangely affectionate smile played on the Wolf King's lips. Let's become wolves together. Then I'll take you with me on my path of human annihilation. The Wolf King drew his sharp claw across his own hand, dripping his blood into Kulin's open mouth. The blood of an ancestor, his very own. Lunard naturally assumed that with his blood, Kulin would quickly reveal his true form. But, Even after mixing so much of my blood, you still maintain a human appearance. No change. Kulin remained human. Lunard clicked his tongue. Someone must be suppressing your wolf instincts. And quite strongly at that. What are you? Someone has taken on the wolf's curse that was bestowed upon you. Looking up at the moonlight, Lunard chuckled. They must have really not wanted to turn you into a wolf, judging by the extent they're sacrificing their own soul. Just as Kulin, who seemed to realize something, was about to speak.
Hud hud hud.
From the city center, magic bullets rained down like a downpour, released by Damien. Healing magic bullets struck the 10 heroes. As if jump-started by a defibrillator, the heroes who had been lying motionless started to violently cough and slowly get up one by one. And then, toward Lunard, thwack! Ha! Straight to his eyes. While looking up at the moonlight, 2 needle-like magic projectiles narrowly grazed Lunard's red eyes. Lunard barely managed to turn his head to dodge a direct hit, but the skin around his eyes tore, causing blood to spurt. Who dares? Misjudging the strength of the incoming magic projectiles, he had erred in not reacting in time, placing too much faith in his formidable physique. In pain, Lunard staggered, while Kulin's eyes widened in shock. This is my chance. A fierce red energy gathered in Kulin's right hand. Lunard was blinded for only a few seconds. In that brief moment, he must die. Kulin thrust his fist forward with all his might. His full-powered punch was aimed directly at the werewolf's heart. For some reason, Lunard didn't try to block it. Smash! The fist connected cleanly with the werewolf's chest. Unbeknownst to Kulin, the lucky strike charged in his right hand showed the number 666, a jackpot just short of 777. Taking advantage of his opponent's lowered guard, he had delivered the most powerful blow he could muster. It wouldn't have been surprising if Lunard had dropped dead on the spot, coughing up blood. So that's all? Lunard remained unfazed. Suddenly, he opened his red eyes wide, gazing intently at the mark on his chest. There was a clear imprint of a fist, but the damage seemed minimal. If that's the best you can do, there's no point in letting you live. What? How? Kulin asked shakily. I'm certain I hit your heart directly? It's unfortunate, but I have 2 hearts. The Wolf King sneered. My first heart was already taken by my king. Oh, I thought of keeping you alive, to make use of you since you share my bloodline. But if you can't transform into a wolf and your martial skills are subpar, there's no reason to keep you alive. With his other hand, the one not holding Kulin, Lunard unsheathed his claws. Farewell, descendant. We'll meet again. In hell. Splatter. Blood spewed in every direction. Chapter 264. A while ago. Crossroad. Downtown. Next to the barracks. An open field. Huff. 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 Gasping heavily, I staggered to my feet. Before me lay a defeated white werewolf. Stunned by Kureha's blinking dagger kick combo, the creature was critically injured. I was just barely able to finish it off with my magic-infused blade. However, the real issue was Kureha. I quickly turned to check behind me. Kureha lay in a pool of blood. Hey, Kureha! Snap out of it! Cough, cough! A large gash was evident on Kureha's stomach, from which he spat out blood. Desperately, I poured a high-quality potion on his wound. But it's healing too slowly. The injury wasn't mending quickly. Having exhausted all his strength and nearly mummified, Kureha's body didn't seem to absorb the potion's effects properly. Huff, cough. My lord, those 2 elderly people from earlier, are they safe? Of course they are. Just worry about yourself. Attempting to save others in such a state, while I was exerting all efforts to heal Kureha. My lord! The scouts I had deployed earlier rushed over to me. As I continued to pour potions over Kureha and staunch his bleeding, I cast a sidelong glance at the scouts. Report. Yes. The scouts relayed the current situation in turns. Listening to each update, both my face and the pale, blood-drained face of Kureha turned grim. Lucas, on his own, was under siege at the southern wall. The northern wall had seen Evangeline fall, and all the other heroes were overwhelmed. Most of the werewolves that sneaked into the city had been dealt with, but a few remaining. They took hostages? Yes. The werewolves have gathered at the central square and have taken citizens as hostages. Additionally, a few more are doing the same in the alleys. My head spun. The simultaneous crises from every direction left me unsure how to tackle the situation. I tried my best to think calmly. It was then. Help me. Stand. Correja, vomiting blood, tried to rise. I yelled out in surprise. Stop the nonsense. You're dying. I need to save my brother, Cuillin. Hurry. Stay down. With your condition, you won't even make it out of this field, let alone to the north gate. My brother is also dying. Correja's eyes burned with determination, leaving me momentarily speechless. Despite the blood and organs seeping out from his stomach, Correja tried to rise. But having already exhausted his strength saving the two elderly people, he seemed to struggle even lifting his frail body, risking his life for strangers, yet unable to save his own sibling. Seeing this tragic scene, I shut my eyes tightly. Think. Find a way out of this situation. Games are made to be cleared. There's always a way out, a solution. My 742 past experiences proved that. Look for a slightly higher probability, a slightly more definite method. Find it. No. I opened my eyes wide. It wasn't enough. One shouldn't judge solely based on the given situation. I needed to look broader, farther. Observe from the game's rules. Don't be governed by the rules. Govern the rules. Use every means available. Bypass them, break them, twist them, find the vulnerabilities in the rules. Exclamation point. In that instant, an idea struck me. A fundamental solution to resolve this entire situation all at once. Correja. To my own surprise, I voiced out with an astonishingly composed and cold tone. If it's to save your brother, to what lengths would you go? Correja didn't hesitate. I can do anything. For him, any and everything. I nodded heavily. There's one way, Correja. I quickly explained the strategy I'd thought of. A fleeting look of astonishment brushed Correja's face. Indeed, in theory, it is possible, but is it truly feasible? Yes, but I think you'll have to directly interact with the adversary. However, Correja's current physical condition was dire. Messengers had rushed to the temple to call for a priest, but he seemed he'd die before the priest could arrive. Correja's face dimmed with every passing moment, the light of life flickering out. To execute the plan in such a state. Then something occurred to me. Correja, from the past story you told me. Clutching my fist tight, I inquired. You mentioned your father turned your curse-bearing brother into a wolf monster, right? Yes, that's correct. So, you, who currently bear the curse, can also transform into that wolf monster? Correja stayed silent. I stared intently at his face. After a moment, with a resolute expression, Correja slowly nodded. Yes, my lord, but there's no tree here to assist the curse, so the curse won't be complete. I may not fully transform into the wolf monster, and I might lose my sanity, possibly attacking you. It's all right, I have a way, a method to make you obey my command. A faint smile touched the bloodied corners of Correja's lips. I never thought the curse I learned from my mother for just in case would be used this way. Correja, my life is already at its end. Turn me into the wolf monster, so I can execute the strategy you've instructed. Correja bowed to me. Please, help me save my brother. Gritting my teeth, I replied curtly. Start right now. We're out of time. Following Correja's guidance, I drew a magical circle on the ground and laid him over it. Correja, with his fading voice, chanted the spell to activate the curse. Using my blink dagger, I inflicted an X-shaped wound on Correja's forehead. The sky was brightly lit, bathed in the light of a full moon. Groan, crack. With grotesque sounds of flesh contorting, Kureha's shriveled arms and legs grew flesh, muscles, and red fur. Exposed to the moonlight, Kureha's entire body was transforming. By the time the X-shaped scar had been engraved on his forehead, Kureha had transformed into a grotesque wolf monster. Monstrously grown claws, vicious fangs that didn't interlock, twisted joints, and asymmetric muscles. And a body covered in red fur, a wolf monster that bore all the curses of his tribe. The massive wolf monster slowly rose. I tensed up, preparing for a possible attack, but the monster seemed to have no such intentions. I immediately used Gaze of Command. Kneel and show your loyalty to me. Easily, Gaze of Command was applied. Kureha slowly knelt on one knee before me. Kureha, facing the gentle eyes of the monster staring tenderly at me, I activated my second skill. Become mine. Suddenly, a collar resembling a series of linked chains materialized in the air and snugly wrapped around Kureha's neck. Ding! Unknown Werewolf Kureha, SSR, has been recruited to your side. Current loyalty, 90 out of 100. Absolute command, 1 use. Success. I heaved a sigh of relief. Phew, that's when it happened. Hud hud hud. From the center of the city, magical projectiles rained down like a shower. I immediately recognized what they were. Damien's ultimate move, Showdown. I had read the skill description in advance and knew its effect. For all allied targets, it would shoot healing projectiles, and for enemies, attacking projectiles. It was Damien's area of effect skill. However, the projectile that landed on me was a healing one, but click dash. The one that landed on Kureha was an attacking one. Kureha effortlessly deflected the projectile with his arm, but witnessing this made my heart race. Damien's farsight had coldly judged. Kureha was a monster, no longer a human. Then Kureha slowly opened his mouth. Give me an order. I will obey. Despite becoming a monster, he hadn't lost his rationality. Kureha, go. Execute the plan. I tersely commanded, then added, save your brother. And save this front. Kureha bowed his head slightly. I will give my all. Whoosh! With a powerful leap, Kureha's massive frame shot northward. I clenched my teeth and fists, watching his receding figure with a heavy heart. Present time. In front of the northern wall. Splatter. Blood sprayed everywhere. Kulin closed his eyes, awaiting the impending strike from Lunard's claws. But no pain came. He opened his eyes hesitantly. Drip, drip. He could hear the sound of blood dropping. Oh! Suddenly, between Lunard and Kulin, a massive werewolf appeared, taking the hit on its back. Blood streamed down from the werewolf's back. But could this creature even be called a werewolf? It looked like a wolf that hadn't completed its transformation, with grotesquely twisted limbs. A hideous wolf monster. Yet, for some reason, Kulin blankly stared at the monster's face. Could it be his imagination that he felt warmth from the eyes of the monster looking back at him? What is this? Lunard exclaimed in a bewildered voice. What are you? You seem to be from my tribe. Why are you intervening? The monster that had been looking at Kulin with gentle eyes suddenly spun its body like a lightning bolt, clenching its unevenly lengthened fists with both arms. Thud dash. It struck Lunard's chest with both fists. Kook dash? Lunard staggered back, spitting out blood. Thump. As Lunard dropped Kulin from his hand, Kulin hit the ground hard on his buttocks, anxiously looking up, still in shock. As if to protect Kulin, the wolf monster gazed at him with a soft look once more. It assumed a stance. Despite its grotesque posture due to its reversed joints and limbs of different lengths, Kulin could recognize it immediately. That was the martial arts stance of the Leaf tribe. The one taught by his older brother. That was it. Daring to oppose me, a descendant sharing my blood. You, Lunard, with fiery eyes, charged again. The unidentified wolf monster rushed forward to meet him. Boom! Bang! Boom! A fierce battle began between the two monsters. muscles far surpassing those of humans flexed and writhed as they launched cannon-like fists at each other, intending to kill. Next to Kuolin, who was blankly watching this surreal scene. "We have to kill him now." Evangeline appeared. Kuolin looked at her, slightly surprised. Holding onto a wound on her abdomen, Evangeline looked pale, but she was firmly holding a shield in her left hand. Following her, other party members painfully walked over and stood behind her. Thanks to the healing magic cast by Damien, everyone managed to muster their last bits of strength to stand. I don't know why those two monsters are causing such a ruckus, but this is an opportunity. We're all exhausted to our limits. We won't get a second chance. We have to kill them both at the same time. Evangeline signaled with her eyes. The Shadow Squad members who were ready for their god hand, and the Penal Squad members all clenched their weapons, nodding with grave faces. The blood-covered heroes moved forward to execute their final attack. At that moment, Kuolin, who had noticed something, hurriedly blocked the party members. Evangeline furrowed her brow. "Kuolin? What are you doing right now?" Don't attack." "Huh? He's my brother." He couldn't explain it clearly, but he knew. "That monster. It's my brother." In this world, there was only one person who looked at him with such a warm gaze. So Kuolin yelled out, almost like a howl. "He's my brother." Chapter 265. Thwack. Thud. Brock dash. Two entangled monsters swung their fists at each other, intent on delivering a death blow. The punches and kicks that split the air were eerily similar in form. Though they had the twisted forms of monsters, they utilized the same martial arts techniques. Crash. Deflecting each other's attacks. Bang. Their fists, infused with a red energy, crossed paths. Swoosh dash. Then both were engulfed in a red aura, making them even more intimidating. Kuolin stared in astonishment, mouth agape, at the spectacle of martial arts on display that was far superior to his own. "What's with you? For someone looking like that, you're pretty good." "Huh," Lunard remarked, a satisfied grin on his face. It was the first time he'd seen a descendant employ the martial art head developed to such a high level. Lunard was genuinely elated. Then, the wolf monster Curhair responded in a muffled voice. "I am the sect leader." "What?" "I am the 43rd sect leader of the Leaf Tribe." With a swift motion, Kureha crossed his fists and bowed briefly. "It is an honor to meet the founder, though I never expected the founder to be such a monstrous mess." After a moment's silence, Lunard burst into hearty laughter and lunged forward. "Why don't you take a look in the mirror first, 43rd? The two wolf monsters frenziedly exchanged blows. But as if on cue, they both simultaneously retreated, and then they assumed identical stances. Both firmly planted their feet, crouched low, left hand forward in a parrying position, right hand balled into a fist at chest level. With a demeanor suggesting they were about to unleash their deadliest move, the two monsters locked eyes. Kuolin, having watched from the side, had an inkling about the lethal posture they were in. That's when the wolf monster stole a fleeting glance at Kuolin. Then he gave a subtle nod, almost as if to say, "Watch and learn." Whoosh dash. In the next instant, the two wolf monsters, charging with a powerful step forward, vanished from view. They were moving so swiftly it seemed as though they'd disappeared from the world. Having leaped through space, the two wolf monsters thrust their fists at each other. Lunard's fist aimed for the very center of Kureha's chest, while Kureha's fist targeted Lunard's left chest. Secret technique. Heart-cutting windwolf. Boom! Neither evaded. Both delivered their fatal blows right into each other's chests. Blood spewed simultaneously from the mouths of the two wolf monsters. However, whereas Kureha grimaced in evident pain, Lunard chuckled triumphantly. "You fool! You learned the technique wrong. The heart-cutting windwolf aims for the soul core, not the physical body. Aiming for the heart and not the soul core. Moreover, I've already lost that heart. My other heart is on the opposite side. Your aim was off from the start. pain evident on his face, Kureha began to waver, leaning onto Lunard as if to collapse. Lunard laughed, confident in his victory. No, I aimed correctly. Crunch! Kureha lunged, biting deeply into Lunard's throat. Dark blood surged, desperately latching on. Kureha gulped down the blood of Lunard. What the hell is he doing? Annoyed, Lunard forcefully shoved Kureha off him. Kureha stumbled back, a look of malevolence on his face. After a high-level martial arts duel like that, and now he resorts to this kind of lowly act. Lunard looked at the trail of dark blood that connected from his throat to Kureha's mouth and clicked his tongue in disgust. So this was his last-ditch effort. What Lunard saw next was incomprehensible. From his neck wound, a continual stream of dark blood was escaping. Panicking, Lunard tried to stop the flow with his hand, but the blood kept seeping through his fingers. It traveled through the air and was sucked directly into Kureha's mouth. What the? Ever since becoming a werewolf, I've come to understand. Kureha, even while half destroyed and nearing death, smiled slyly. My organs twisted and rearranged. Pushing aside the human heart, a new wolf heart emerged. Oh, the left side is the wolf's, the right the human's. Kureha pointed to the left side of Lunard's chest. I intended to destroy your wolf heart. Even if it was already shattered, it wouldn't matter. I would have struck it all the same just in case. My wolf heart? Why? To strip you of your control over the werewolf's blood. Thick dark blood gushed out of Lunard's throat like water. His strength rapidly faded. Facing this unfamiliar phenomenon, Lunard trembled in shock. What have you done, bastard? It's to bear it in your stead. Kureha chuckled darkly. Your curse. What? I am the vessel that carries the curse of our entire clan. Kureha slowly closed his eyes. You are my ancestor, thus you are also my kin. Naturally, I can bear the werewolf's curse you possess. Oh, this was the strategy Ash proposed. To steal the werewolf's curse from Lunard. Kureha, being a vessel that could hold the curse of the entire clan, in theory, could also contain the curse of an ancestor. Kureha had his doubts, but the strategy succeeded. By shattering the wolf's heart and causing the loss of control over the werewolf's blood. And by swallowing Lunard's blood directly, he activated the spell. HSSSSSS. Not only from Lunard, but from all the werewolves that were still alive and attacking Crossroad. The werewolf's curse was extracted and forcibly transferred into Kureha's body. From all over Crossroad, tainted dark blood flew towards Kureha. Kureha willingly swallowed the boiling dark blood, just as he had taken in the curse of his kin. He now also embraced the revived curse of the ancestors. Stop it! Stop it now! Lunard's strength was rapidly depleting. He tried to protect his curse, but he had already lost the wolf's heart that bonded the werewolf's blood and curse. The moment he lost his heart as a punishment from the Demon King. From that moment on, Lunard's curse was no longer his own. Is this how it ends? Me? Though Lunard had directly consumed the blood of the foreign god, becoming the first to wear the curse of the wolf, he had no means to counter Kureha's magic. This was the last refuge discovered by his descendants who had suffered for centuries. A secret technique devised by his descendants to escape from the curse of the wolf's blood. Although it was a twisted direction, where one individual was sacrificed for the many, it was the culmination of wisdom refined over centuries of their lineage. It was impossible that he, a being from the distant ancient times, could be sacrificed. Stop it! Lunard desperately tried to kill Kureha completely, attempting to cut off his magic. Thud! Kulin intervened, swinging a punch that sent Lunard's jaw flying. Crumpled, Lunard pathetically fell to his knees. No, no, this can't be. The wolf's blood, the curse, that had made Lunard a top contender, a leader of a nightmare legion, was draining from his body. Soon after, every curse left his body, and the power of the wolf disappeared. Ah! Ah! All that remained was an old man with gray hair and beard, withered and frail. Walking towards the northern gate, I pondered. Look at it from the game's rules. Use every available means. Circumvent, break, twist, find the rule's weakness. A werewolf is a creature cursed into a monster from a human. Conversely, if the curse could be removed, and they could be reverted back to humans, the game's difficulty would drastically drop. Scouts poured in with reports from all sides. The werewolves outside the southern wall are changing back to humans. Even the werewolves who took hostages inside the city, they're suddenly turning into humans. Suppress the humans who were werewolves at the central plaza. We've captured 2 more in the alley behind the market. Your Highness, a report. A scout, panting from the northern wall, reported. The enemy's army leader has also turned back into a human. The only remaining monster outside the northern wall is a grotesque wolf beast that suddenly appeared. If we dispose of it, this defensive battle will end. Your Highness, what should we do now? Please give your orders. Your Highness. I didn't respond, heading straight for the northern gate. The puzzled scouts followed behind. Outside the northern wall, Senior. Evangeline, with a weary face, leaning on the open city gate, turned to look at me. Her complexion was pale, perhaps due to injuries. The Wolf King, or what used to be, is tied up over there. And Evangeline, pointing to the tied-up old man, moved her hand to the side. The last remaining beast is there, and Kuolin is shielding it, saying it's his brother. There, Kuolin could be seen sheltering the fallen beast, shouting loudly at the surrounding soldiers. Senior, could it really be? Without a word, I gently patted Evangeline's head, moving forward. Chains bound the old man, but Godhand, the one who had tied him up, gave me a respectful bow as he saw me approach. I nodded in acknowledgement. Godhand, Your Majesty. Godhand quietly stepped aside. Let's save our reunion greetings for later. We have more pressing matters to discuss. Thank you. Passing Godhand, I stood in front of the old man. He was old and frail with snow-white hair. Although he looked like an average human, his eerie crimson eyes were as fierce as those of a monster. Are you Lunard? I scoffed. You've lost your luster, Wolf King. Gazing up at me with his lips tightly sealed, Lunard suddenly pleaded, Spare me. I narrowed my eyes, irritated. What? I said spare me. His audacity made me glare at him. With a voice that was shockingly powerful for his frail frame, Lunard roared, Now that the wolf's curse is gone, I am a complete human. He thumped his chest, pointing to the heart within. This human heart beating inside me is proof. If you are the commander of this front line, protecting humans and killing monsters, then kill that monster beside you, and save me, a human. Desperately, Lunard pointed to the monster lying on the ground, to Kureha. Kuolin, who had been holding Kureha, gritted his teeth in anger. Ignoring my silence, Lunard continued, I too am a human that you should protect, player. Please spare me. You have a point. He may have been resurrected from the dark depths of Lake Kingdom, but indeed, with the wolf's curse gone, this old man was biologically a complete human. However, but you are a monster, I declared. I guarantee it. With utmost certainty I can say, Lunard, you are not human. You are a perfect monster. Why? Lunard growled. On what basis do you differentiate humans and monsters on this front line? It's very clear. I leaned in closer, staring straight into his eyes, and spat out the words, It's me. I am the rule of this front line. I had struggled for a long time. I had hesitated for a long time. But what I learned from this defense battle was principles, rules, standards. I had always been a good-natured player, loyally following the predetermined lines. This time was no different. I tried to fit within a rational framework of principles and standards. How naive. Such a gullible fool. Thanks to you, Lunard, I've realized, seeing you exploit loopholes and attack, I now understand the essence of this game. There's a famous saying in card games. The reason games have rules is to exploit what's not defined by the rules. I'll stand above the rules. What? I am the principle. I am the standard. I am the law. No longer will I be bound by the rules of the game. I will bypass the rules, twist them, establish them, and control them. I'll change the world according to my rules. So whether someone is human or a monster, I'll decide. I concluded coldly. You're a monster, Lunard. You will die. Immediately after. PFF. Fahahahaha. Lunard held his stomach and laughed. With his body shaking uncontrollably, he seemed on the verge of departing from this world from the sheer force of his laughter. The surrounding heroes hesitated and backed away due to his eerie outburst. With a frown, I asked, "Why are you laughing, monster? Do you not understand even after declaring it yourself, human?" After pausing his wild laughter, the old man, once the Wolf King, glared at me and retorted, "It's because of the mindset of a tyrant. You think you'll become the standard? You think you'll become the law? Countless rulers have desired just that. No matter the circumstances or reasons, they all believed in their goodness, making themselves into iron-willed leaders, thinking they would bring about a utopia. But the result was always a tyrant, without a single exception. From ancient times until now, not even one. Do you truly intend to become that as well, human? Yes, I replied immediately. If standing above the rules for the sake of victory is what you call a tyrant. Taking a deep breath, steadying my heart, I said, I'll gladly become a tyrant. Chapter 266. Leaving behind the restrained Lunard, I headed toward Kuelin and Kureha. Ugh! Kuelin, who was blocking with his whole body to protect Kureha, received my bitter smile. I know that wolf monster is Kureha. Don't worry, just step aside. We have things to discuss. Hesitantly, Kuelin moved away. I cautiously approached the fallen Kureha. Kureha, looking down at the bloodied wolf monster, I nodded heavily. You did an excellent job. You truly did well. All I did was fulfill my duty. He was dying. A massive fissure marred his battered chest. It wasn't hard to guess that it was an injury inflicted by the Wolf King. I'm sorry. Kureha responded to my apology with a faint laugh. It's not your fault, Your Highness. If you hadn't planned the strategy, I would have died in vain right there. Thanks to you, I was able to save my younger brother. His grotesquely twisted fingers grazed his chest. My human heart has already stopped. As a human, I am already dead. Even in his monstrous form, Kureha's eyes remained kind. Those eyes slowly looked up to the sky. All that remains here is the wolf monster, kept alive by the magic power of the full moon. In the end, I die as a monster.
No.
I spoke with an unwavering voice. You are a human. Both Kureha and Kuelin, who was listening by the side, looked at me with surprise. I nodded. I recognize it. By the principles and laws of this place, by my standards, I recognize it. You are more human than anyone else, Kureha. Turning from the speechless Kureha, I looked at Kuelin beside him. Kuelin, the remaining night is short. The magic power provided by the full moon's light clung to Kureha's life. In other words, when the moon sets, Kureha will die. Spend time with your brother until dawn. Kuelin looked uncertain, but that's between the two brothers. I hoped they would have a regret-free last moment. Crossroad, in front of the southern wall. Excluding Lunard, all the captured werewolves were gathered and restrained here. I hurriedly came here to decide on their fate. And then, growl! I found a blonde knight who seemed more like a beast than the wolf monsters. Lucas, chained head to toe, was nearly lying on the ground, showing his fangs and exhaling a cold breath. His bright blue eyes gleamed with a beastly light. Good heavens! He's been like this since the battle ended. We managed to subdue him. Fox and Rabbit from the Mage Battalion spoke apprehensively. We didn't know what to do. I rubbed my throbbing forehead. He must have overused his beast transformation again. Hey Lucas, do you recognize me? When I asked this close up, the previously aggressive expression on Lucas' face immediately softened. Should I be thankful that this damned hound even recognizes its own owner? Bind this blade to his hand. Make sure he can't let go. As I approached, Lucas, noticeably tamed, remained still even as the soldiers tied the Karma Eater to his hand. I pondered for a moment on what to do next, but the decision came quickly. Imprison him, in the sturdiest cell. In his current state, there's no telling what he might do. It's best to keep him confined until he regains his senses. Lucas, now as docile as a subdued dog, was dragged off to the prison. Sigh! As I watched his retreating figure, a sigh escaped my lips. But what about us? Lock us up too! Shouts echoed from behind. I slowly turned around. Creatures, once werewolves, their bodies still covered in traces of beastly fur, knelt bound. Their crimson eyes shone as they pleaded desperately. We are humans. We have the right to be judged by the law. Put us on trial. Where is our Lord? Where is Lord Lunard? Negotiate with him. Enough dash. I sharply cut off their ramblings. Let me educate you on the rules of this monster frontier. Stepping towards them, my voice grew menacing. Protect the humans. 1 step. Kill the monsters. 2 steps. And you lot are monsters. 3 steps. Looking down at them, their eyes wide with fear, I pronounced without mercy. I, the rule-maker of this place, have deemed it so. You are, without a doubt, monsters. Therefore, you will certainly be killed. We are human. Look at our appearances. We have hearts that beat with blood, just like any other human. Just like you. It isn't your birth, race, or appearance that determines what you are. Whether reborn from the hell beneath the lake, pure humans mixed with wolf's blood, or whatever heart you have, none of it matters. What you are is determined by the thoughts you harbor and the actions you take. They had invaded my city, without any grand cause, without desperation for survival, just for slaughter. They tried to tear my city apart and annihilate its inhabitants. They killed my soldiers, my citizens, and my heroes. Just because you wear human skin doesn't mean you can pretend to be one. You are monsters. To those who were once human, I spoke without mercy. You don't have the right to die as humans. You don't have the right to a trial. For death, you will die befitting monsters, like pests. For death, right here, right now. For death to death. Stepping back, I raised my hand high and commanded, "Archers, aim." The archers I had brought with me lifted their loaded crossbows. However, even at my command, some of them couldn't bring themselves to take aim. The figures before them looked nothing like monsters but complete humans. Yes, it's understandable they hesitated. With a swift move, I snatched a crossbow from one such hesitant archer and aimed it myself at those who were once werewolves. Those creatures in front of us are monsters. As the commander here, I've decided as much. Therefore, all you have to do is follow my decision. The archer who had his crossbow taken from me gritted his teeth, pulled out a smaller backup bow, notched an arrow, and aimed forward. Nodding, I shouted, "Aim!" Thunk! 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 No archer hesitated any longer. Dozens of them raised their crossbows in unison. Fire! Fingers pulled back on the crossbow triggers. Whoosh! Whoosh! Scream dash! The dozens of arrows released by the archers pierced directly into the creatures that used to be werewolves. Ark! Save me, please.
Damnumans.
I'll curse you till the end. Lunard, may you accomplish. Cries, screams, and curses poured out as a rain of arrows landed on the bodies of those monsters. The utterly exhausted monsters all fell dead. Returning the crossbow, I handed it back to the archer. Watching the scene, Fox and Rabbit cautiously asked, "How should we handle the bodies? Isn't there a monster corpse disposal manual?" I dryly responded, then turned away, harvest anything valuable, and burn the rest. Yes, Your Majesty. I opened the system window and checked the enemy information. All the werewolves had been exterminated. Whether white, gray, or brown, the remaining count was 0. Now only one remained. Only Lunard remains. I turned my gaze north. I didn't intend to kill Lunard with my own hands. Because, on a night where dawn approached in the distance, yet the moonlight still lingered, Kureha and Kulin shared many stories. From tales of the past that Kulin couldn't remember, to discussions about the impending future. Kulin learned of his role as a vessel for the curse, that his brother had burned down their village to save him, and even the secrets and true nature of their clan. And, when I die, the curse that's my portion will return to you, the penal squad, including Kulin. The wolf's curse would return to all 5 of them. Kureha's speech, now transformed into a monstrous form, became increasingly slurred and difficult to understand, but Kulin listened attentively, trying to comprehend every word. I'm sorry. I wanted to carry it until the end. What's there to be sorry for, brother? Kulin softly smiled, placing his hand on his brother's contorted finger joints. We're just returning to how we were born. Kureha, with his grotesquely deformed face, looked up at the sky, then turned his gaze to the northern forest. The leaves are turning. Kulin also looked with his brother at the northern forest, observing the multicolored foliage of autumn. The night they were reunited had also been a full moon during the onset of autumn. I've always been sorry to you. Kureha's body slowly began to release the wolf's curse. I stole your fate, lived as a human in your place, locked you in that tree, raised you as a monster, and naively found happiness outside. I've always been sorry. Will you forgive me, Kulin? What nonsense are you talking about, brother? Kulin chuckled warmly. What's there to forgive? We're brothers, aren't we? Thank you. The now grown-up, but still young in his brother's eyes, took one last look at his little brother. Kureha's eyes slowly closed. Thank you for being alive. That small, bruised younger brother from their past. The cursed child who regretted being born and agonized over his existence. Did he truly find happiness growing up with him? It was impossible to know. Every moment you lived and grew, it was a miracle to me. Raising his younger brother, Kureha was happy. Every moment, feeding, teaching, fighting, and sleeping was brilliant. Though he eventually became a withered, hardened monster, he had no regrets. Having a younger brother like you, I'm truly lucky. Kureha's breathing ceased. Was it an illusion? A faint smile lingered on the monstrous wolf's long lips. Meeting you was the miracle of my life. Kulin, slowly laying his brother's body on the ground, smiled brightly. I'm really truly a lucky bastard. Kulin's fist clenched tightly. Thank you, brother. The curse reverted in the surviving tribespeople. Red fur began to densely grow on Kulin's body. He grew taller, muscles bulging, eyes shining like a beast's. Yet he hadn't lost his sanity. If anything, his consciousness was sharper than ever. Slowly rising, Kulin growled, staring down at his clenched fists. Yeah, I think I finally understand. He turned around, a savage smile on his lips. The final punch my brother taught me. I think I know how to use it. In his sight was the imprisoned Lunard. Lunard, too, was in the process of his curse reverting. But being tightly bound by silver chains made movement difficult, and the curse's strength meant its reversion was slow. Lunard, now partially transformed into a werewolf, yelled at the approaching Kulin. Stop! Stop! We are of the same kin. Shouldn't we combine our powers? Stop talking nonsense, monster. I am human.
No.
I am like your ancestor. Practically your father Dash. That's good to know. Thud, thud. With his fists ready and stance set, Kulin glared menacingly. I've always wanted to land a punch on my father, just as his brother had taught him. With both legs firmly on the ground, bending down low, left hand in a defensive pose forward, and the right fist clenched at his chest. Stepping forward, he launched a ferocious attack, aiming directly at the enemy's core. Ultimate move. Heart-cleaving Wind Wolf. The inherited ultimate move and Kulin's awakened technique. Facing the incoming punch, Lunard laughed in disbelief. The technique of a descendant he had underestimated was flawless. Giving up on his desperate attempts to counter, Lunard acknowledged the accomplishments of his successor. Well done, 44th generation. Crash. Kulin's massive fist buried into Lunard's chest. The Nightmare Legion commander's core shattered into pieces. Chapter 267. From a distance, dawn broke. However, the city square in the center was even brighter than the approaching dawn. Torches were densely lit, and the citizens who had gathered, weapons in hand. They had hastily set up barricades at the main intersections of the square, holding their weapons awkwardly, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Seeing this, I was at a loss for words. They were not soldiers, just ordinary people who lived here. If one doesn't defend themselves when necessary, if they don't step forward and fight for their own lives. A deep, elderly voice reached my ears as I gazed blankly at the scene. No one will protect you if you don't show the strength and will to do so. Turning around, it was the familiar elder dwarf, Kelly Bay. When I said something to that effect, everyone followed suit. Kelly Bay. I distributed the weapons left in the forge to the citizens. We lit fires as bright as possible, and everyone gathered, watching each other's backs. Holding a massive warhammer in his hand, Kelly Bay stroked his beard and grinned. We successfully repelled a few werewolves that came this way. The citizens are safe. Hey, why the long face? It's not all bad. I looked away. If only I had done a bit more. Then the citizens wouldn't have had to fight at all. This is a frontline city against monsters. Soldiers die fighting monsters every day. Perhaps sensing my thoughts, Kelly Bay slowly spoke. If one hopes for peace while living in such a city, then that citizen might as well have the heart of a thief. If one lives under the protection of someone else's life, they should be prepared to give up their own. That was the way of my homeland. Perhaps that was the way of the Dwarf Kingdom. But I've lived in this fortress city for decades. My lord, an old woman gripping a pickaxe said with a chuckle. Even during the time of our ancestors, monsters broke in multiple times. Each time, the citizens united to beat them back. We've even defeated tougher monsters. Do you think we'd be afraid of mere wolves? Thank you. I smiled gently at the boisterous old woman. Thank you for surviving. The citizens, holding their torches high, guarding each other's backs. Men and women, young and old, gripping weapons to defend their lives. The sight was grand, grateful, and even noble. Yet, as the commander of the front lines, it was a sight I never wanted to see. I'm sorry. My fists clenched tight, nails digging into the flesh of my palm. I'll do my best to ensure this never happens again. Children with small slingshots ran across the square, laughing. Did this situation feel like a game to them? Leading the children was Hannibal, Kellybay's assistant. The young N-grade hero led the children through an alleyway and out of sight. In the brightening square, the laughter of children echoed. Watching them, I murmured, I'll do everything I can to ensure you never have to take up arms. Yes, to create such a world, I would. As the morning sunlight began to illuminate the sky in a soft blue hue, in front of the northern wall, Lunard was dead. The werewolf with silver-red fur lay motionless, a large fist mark evident in the center of his chest. I quietly observed the monster's corpse. The creature that once boasted of destroying the world met such a silent and void end. Kureha too had drawn his last breath. Although the curse had dissipated, he still retained the form of a wolf monster. He lay there, smaller in stature, with his eyes serenely closed, and in front of him stood the penal squad, 5 in total, including Kulin. The curse that Kureha held had returned to each member of the penal squad. All 5 had grown taller, their muscles more pronounced, and red fur sprouted across their bodies. They didn't exactly resemble werewolves. They looked more human than beast. Perhaps through generations of mingling with humans, the wolf blood within them had diluted. Yet, there was an undeniable mix of beast in their appearance. Beastmen. It was precisely the werbeast race I had encountered in the game. "This is our tribe's true form," Kulin slowly began, his voice noticeably deeper. "Wolf beastmen, the inherent form of the Leaf tribe. On a full moon, we transform into wolves, and when the moon wanes, we revert to humans. Half human, half beast." Gazing at his furry fist, Kulin murmured sorrowfully, "It seems we can't remain on this front line any longer, my lord." "Why is that? Look at us. We are half-wolf." Kulin shook his head vigorously. "I doubt we can be considered human anymore. What determines who you are is not your birth, race, or appearance." I repeated to them the same words ID told the monsters moments before. "What determines who you are is the thoughts you harbor and the actions you take. You are human." I nodded firmly. "If you wish to be human, then undoubtedly you are human. What makes a person human? And what turns a creature into a monster? The criteria differ for everyone. But on this front line, I am the one who defines it. To me, the 5 members of the penal squad are people worth protecting, if they so wish. In that case, my lord, I have a request." Kulin gently picked up the corpse of Kureha from the ground. "May we bury my brother, Kureha, in this city's cemetery. Someday, when we reclaim our homeland, we will move him there. But until then, I wish to lay him to rest here. This burial ground is a place of honor." "Of course." I looked down at the small wolf monster in Kulin's arms. Though no trace of his human form remained, somehow, he still seemed to wear a gentle, peaceful smile. He was a warrior who sacrificed his life to defend this front line. Ensure he is given the highest honors during his funeral. "Thank you." With a bow, Kulin slowly made his way towards the cemetery in the western part of the city. "I'll be back after burying my brother." Kulin, cradling Kureha in his arms, took the lead while the rest of the penal squad members trailed slowly behind. As the subtle morning sun rose from the east, the red-furred humanoid creatures quietly faded into the distance. They looked like ordinary people, cloaked in sorrow, having lost a brother. At least that's how they appeared to me. Crossroad, a back alley. The morning sunlight gradually drove away the darkness that blanketed the city. Junior, Reyna, and Camus stood tense, still safeguarding the civilians. What was initially a group of 4 civilians had now swelled to dozens. Having successfully repelled the continuous werewolf assaults throughout the night, the number of civilians seeking their protection rapidly increased. Soldiers who had joined along the way swallowed hard, scanning their surroundings. Everyone was on edge, wary of further attacks. And then, with the break of dawn, Dong Dash! Yong! Dong Dash! A slow bell toll echoed from the city center. It signaled the all clear. The monsters had been vanquished. Cheers erupted from the crowd. "Hooray! We're alive! Thank you, mercenaries. We're truly grateful. You saved our lives." The civilians rushed to show their appreciation to the heroes and soldiers. Junior accepted their gratitude with a bitter smile, unable to shake off the guilt she felt for the breach at the western gate. At least in this area, it seems no further harm was done. Thanks to the desperate protection by the trio Junior, Reyna, and Camus, the civilians were all safe. Under the soldiers' guidance, the citizens began to head home. Relief brightened their faces at having survived, and watching them, Junior bit her lip. Then, swish, the sound of a blade cutting through the air. Whoosh, the dry north wind resonated with magical energy, whirling fiercely, and an icy, murderous intent settled like frost. Sensing this, Junior turned around in alarm. What she saw stunned her. In the alley, from which all civilians had departed and where morning light had yet to dispel the deep shadows, Reyna and Camus stood, silently pointing their sword and magic at each other. A flustered Junior quickly intervened. What the hell are you two doing? The fight's over. The monsters are gone. There's no need for this. But Junior's words fell on deaf ears. Both Reina and Camus kept their focus locked onto one another, coldly sharpening their intent to kill. Junior couldn't comprehend it. We're humans. We faced monsters as a common enemy, as fellow humans. Only moments before, they had stood shoulder to shoulder, fighting off the monsters. We're on the same side. We understand each other. For the sake of the people, they had set aside past grudges and watched each other's backs. We are both human. Why are you trying to kill each other? Why? Yet now they were back to trying to end each other's lives as if nothing had transpired. Junior couldn't understand it. She tried to stop them, but then, don't ask the obvious, kid. Both had no intention of backing down. Camus tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Through his disheveled hair, vengeful eyes shimmered eerily. Why are we trying to kill each other? Aiming magic from her fingertips at Camus, Reina coldly spat. Because we are human. Wish. In a flash, Camus charged. Reina calmly unleashed a wind bullet from her fingertips. Camus grabbed Junior, who was trying to block the bullet with her body, and pushed her aside. Simultaneously, he cleaved through the incoming bullet with his sword and advanced. Swish! Swish! Slicing through the wind bullets with the edge of his blade, Camus reached right in front of Reina. However, his current sword wasn't the spell cleaver he usually used. It was a regular sword, incapable of absorbing magic. Clang! As he arrived in front of Reina, the long sword that blocked the last wind bullet shattered into pieces, sending metal shards in all directions. With empty hands extended, Camus smirked weakly, always one step short at the end. Bang! A wind bullet shot from Reina's fingertips pierced through Camus' chest. Coughing up blood as he fell, Camus took 3 more magic bullets from Reina without any mercy. Without even a scream, Camus was thrown backward. Camus! Junior rushed over in panic. With holes in his chest and stomach, and his eyes blankly staring into space, Camus whispered to Junior, "Don't forget."
Don't forget me.
With his bloody hand, Camus weakly grasped Junior's and with his last breath said, "Don't forget the Camilla Kingdom." Eyes glazed over, Camus breathed his last. Amid the pool of blood, Junior stood in shock. Quietly watching the scene, Reina slowly turned away. She took out a cigarette and placed it in her mouth. However, she couldn't find her lighter. Damn! Blood seeped through the bandage wrapped around her abdomen. The injury inflicted by Camus in their previous encounter hadn't fully healed. Hurts like hell. With a dejected chuckle and chewing on the unlit cigarette, Reina staggered into the shadowy alley and vanished. Stage 10, clear. Stage MVP, Lucas, SSR. Leveled up characters. Main party.
As, ex, LV48, 1.
Lucas, SSR. LV.51, 1. Evangeline, SSR. LV.51, 1. Jupiter Jr., SSR. LV.57, 1. Damien, EX. LV.51, 1. Subparty 1. Coolin, SR. LV.50, 1. Eligible for third-class change. Tuesday are LV.43, 1. Wednesday are LV.43, 1.
Becky, R, LV.43, 2. On the Rock, R, LV.41, 2.
Subparty 2.
Godhand, SR, LV.45, 1.
Bodybag are LV.40, 1.
Burnout, SR, LV.39, 1.
Others. Lily are LV.32, 2. Margarita are LV.36, 1. Deceased VA injured characters.
Camus, SR, DCAZ.
Evangeline, SSR. Seriously injured. Damien, EX. Minor injury. Deceased Va injured captured monsters. Coreha SSR. Captured monster deceased. Tricolored slime. R. Captured monster deceased. Acquired items. Werewolf Legion Magic Stone. 274. White Werewolf Magic Core SR4. Werewolf Legion Commander Magic Core SSR1. Stage clear rewards have been given. Please check your inventory. SR Grade Reward Box. 2. SSR Grade Reward Box. 1. Get ready for the next stage. 8th Stage 11. The Enemy of My Enemy. Chapter 268. The next day. The preparations for this funeral were quicker than any defense mission I'd seen before. It was because civilians had been casualties this time. Even though soldiers and heroes had fought valiantly and laid down their lives, there were still losses. 37 civilians. I stood in front of the coffins of the lined-up citizens, clenching my lips tightly, bowing my head. From a distance, the families of the deceased watched me with uneasy expressions. I expected them to grab me by the collar, to jeer and hurl insults from afar, to ask why I hadn't done more, to claim their family members died because of me to vent their frustrations. But no one did. Was it because, in this fortress city, it wasn't uncommon for civilians to die during monster invasions? Because I was royalty and a high-ranking lord? Or maybe because life was inherently cheap in this world? Before the funeral, I met each of the deceased civilians' families to apologize and offer compensation. They were both embarrassed and grateful. Grateful. Despite my failures leading to their families' deaths, they thanked me. I want to change this. I want to overturn this world entirely. No, I will do just that. I gritted my teeth. I will change the world. To a place where death isn't taken for granted. To a place where people don't thank you for death. In my own way, absolutely. After laying the flowers, I moved to the next group of coffins. 189 soldiers. Excluding the tutorial stage, this was the most significant number of deaths in a defensive battle. Most of them died protecting the civilians from the werewolves, both at the northern gate and scattered throughout the city. Looking at the rows of coffins draped with the Empire's flag, I slowly bowed my head. It hurt. Their noble deaths made it hurt even more. I bit down on my lip so hard it tasted of blood. The soldiers who died this time were all skilled. They faced the monsters without fleeing, willing to lay down their lives to save the civilians. They were mentally seasoned soldiers. I lost almost 200 of them. The loss was painfully immense. I closed my burning eyes tightly, holding back. I shouldn't cry. I shouldn't comfort their deaths with tears. Instead, I had to take responsibility. The priests sprinkled holy water over the coffins and blessed them. I silently watched as hundreds of coffins were laid to rest. And finally, two hero characters had fallen. Technically speaking, neither belonged to my front line. The condemned Camus and Coreha, Kulin's brother. One was a criminal waiting for execution, and the other, despite his combat skills, was just an ordinary citizen. But both had died in this battle. Although Camus was a condemned criminal, considering his efforts to save the civilians, I decided to bury him in the Imperial Cemetery. I don't know what it might mean for him to be buried in the very empire he despised, but as a commander, I made that decision. Camus' grave was noticeably emptier than the others. No one mourned his death. Occasionally, passing civilians would place bouquets on his grave in gratitude for his sacrifice, but no one cried for him. Junior stared at his gravestone from afar, a complexity evident in her gaze. Further away, Reina, leaning on her staff, watched Junior from a distance. The scene at Coreja's tomb was quite the opposite. It bustled with visitors. Besides the 5 members of the penal squad, dressed deeply in hoods and robes, bandits and refugees who had come with the penal squad wept and paid their respects with flowers. Not just them, people from the city who had connections with Coreja over time also came by, laying white flowers. He was a good person, but he died. If I had realized the essence of this game a little earlier, the scenery today would have been different. The choir's funeral hymn concluded, and eventually all the rituals ended. It was finally my turn to speak. I took a deep breath and stepped onto the podium, now familiar with thousands of eyes fixed upon me. I cleared my throat and began. First, I'd like to apologize. Seeing me bow my head, murmurs spread among the crowd. Regardless, I continued. As a commander, I was complacent. I failed to detect the enemy's flanking maneuver. Monsters ambushed us from all sides, and my response was tardy. I had assumed, based on the game's rules, that they would only attack from the southern walls. As a result, Crossroads suffered heavy casualties from the werewolf legion that bypassed the rules. People died. This is entirely my fault. I was a commander who knew how to fight within the rules of the game. Inside those boundaries, I could match anyone. But outside of those rules, on the real streets, in actual combat, I was easily overpowered. I've never properly studied strategy and tactics, and am far from being a superhuman. I am just an ordinary person who's played this game a bit too much. Still treating this world's reality like a game, I remain a die-hard gamer at heart. That being said, from now on I won't take things lightly. Breaking free from the rules and stepping out of the ring, I intend to face this world head-on. I will think more agilely, analyze the enemy more sharply, and use every means at my disposal to crush their invasion. I no longer care about the confines of the ring. I've already torn through its ropes and stepped onto the streets. Stepping over the line of rules, I stand tall. I'll do whatever it takes to defeat those monsters, using every means available. I reiterated, slowly looking around at the audience. They were engrossed in my speech, hanging on every word. I hope today is the last day you hear an apology from me. I will give it my all for that. Aiming to clear the game, pioneering a new path outside of its rules, I will lead them. For a world where even one less person dies. Even if, in the process, I transform into something different than I am now. I paused momentarily, observing the surroundings. Due to my speech, the graveyard was laden with palpable tension. I've talked too much about myself. Maybe I should change the subject. All deaths this time were painful, but I want to say that every death was noble. I spoke softly. The fallen died protecting people. They sacrificed their lives to shield you from the imminent threats. With a faint smile, I nodded. And you all are worth such sacrifices, because you too stood up to protect the ones beside you. Holding torches and weapons, the citizens of Crossroad had risen on their own and gathered at the square. Together, guarding each other's backs, they spent the night warding off the hordes of monsters. Never forget, we are human. We must protect one another from monsters. The word for human means among people. To be human, one needs others. Look at the faces beside you. Remember the faces of those you must protect, and those who will protect you. The citizens awkwardly glanced at each other's faces. My gaze shifted toward the graves. Remember the faces of those buried here, those who gave their lives for you. Clasping my fist tight, I concluded, become a person who protects others. The greatest wall against monsters is right there. I bowed my head slowly. In honor of all those who formed the foundation of this fortress, let us have a moment of silence. Thousands bowed their heads in unison. A hush fell over the vast graveyard. After a brief moment of reflection, I stepped down from the podium without another word. Since Lucas was absent, Evangeline was overseeing the funeral. With her bandaged body, Evangeline waved her arm, signaling the artillerymen to ignite the cannons. Boom! 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 The salutes honoring the fallen echoed in the distance. The funeral came to an end. In groups of 3s and 5s, the citizens and soldiers dispersed into the city or returned to the graves to pay respects to their fallen comrades. As I watched from a distance, someone approached. You spoke well in your speech, Your Majesty. I turned to see Reyna. I nodded at the elder approaching with the aid of a cane. Commander Reyna, how are you holding up? It's not bad enough to complain. Besides, there weren't many who got severely injured in this battle. It was true. Everyone had some form of bandaging. Injuries like Reyna's were commonplace. I slowly inquired after noticing the bandage wrapped around Reina's abdomen. I heard you took down Camus with your own hands this time. It was self-defense. Even if it wasn't, I have the authority to eliminate a criminal who points a blade at me. Do you intend to reprimand me for that act, Your Majesty?
No.
I was just verifying the facts. Camus tried to kill Reina, and she defended herself, ending Camus. Regardless of prior animosities, that was what had transpired on this monster front. It wasn't my place to question it. So, it seems you have some business with me, Commander Reina. Yes, Your Majesty. I came to discuss something. Suspecting the nature of her visit, I nodded. Is it time for you to return? That's correct. Our Magic Battalion's support for the Southern Front has ended with this defense battle. They had committed to supporting 5 defense battles, from stage 6 to 10. All those commitments were fulfilled with yesterday's defense. It was time to return to the Imperial family. We were able to fend off the monsters with ease because of you. It was genuine. The officers and soldiers of the Magic Battalion had been a great help throughout the 5 defense battles. Though they did scheme things like the shutdown protocol behind the scenes, Reina did confess and dispose of it with her own hands. I can let that slide. We won't forget your efforts. I extended my hand to Reina. It was just our duty. Your words are thanks enough. Without hesitation, even at the handshake requested by a member of the Imperial family, Reina took my hand and shook it. She's truly remarkable. When are you leaving? We've sent for an airship from the Imperial capital. It's due to arrive today, and we plan to depart immediately. They sent me on foot, but the Magic Battalion, being the elite, travels by airship. When you return to the Imperial capital, send my regards to Fernandez. Mentioning my second eldest brother, who always takes care of his people, Reina faintly smiled. I do have some updates to report to Lord Fernandez. That you are truly focused only on defending this front line. Reina lifted her gaze, taking in the desolate scenery around Crossroad. In such a barren wasteland, not once longing for the glamorous life in the Imperial capital, you're putting your heart and soul into defeating monsters. That you genuinely don't care about central power, wealth, or even the succession to the throne. I'll report this. I couldn't tell if it was praise or sarcasm. No, I didn't understand her intent. Seeing my furrowed brows, Reina lowered her voice. You declared it from the Imperial capital, right? That the Southern Front will operate on its independent course. That's right. She must have heard it through her intelligence network. I hope that's true, Your Highness. That the operations here are purely for the front and aren't influenced by the power struggles above. And I hope for a bright future. They'll be cheering you on from afar. Whatever her hidden intentions might be, it's good to hear encouraging words. You've worked hard. Safe travels, Captain Reina. Next time, I hope we can meet in a peaceful place and share heart-to-heart stories. Haha, it sounds wonderful just hearing it. Somewhere peaceful, not on the front line. Gazing at the countless tombstones laid out in the cemetery, Reina trailed off. I too wish to retire soon and live out my days in such a place. The soldier, who spent her life amidst wars, said this and then gave me a firm salute. It's been an honor working alongside you, Your Highness. Until we meet again. Reina then turned around and headed back towards Crossroad, probably to pack up for her return. I watched from a distance, her old black military uniform worn by the veterans, and above it, the fluttering white robe of the Magic Battalion. I wish for Reina's remaining days to be peaceful, but I also know that it might not be possible. Chapter 269. Evangeline looked quite pale. Perhaps it was due to her injuries and the strain of overseeing the funeral ceremony. Evangeline, are you okay? I approached her with a look of concern. She responded with a small, serene smile. Of course, I'm fine. Who's the toughest person on this front? Isn't it me? With a hint of bravado, Evangeline lightly slapped the injured part of her body. Arg! She immediately let out a horrifying scream and crumpled to the ground. What the? Why do you have to show off like that? I thought I was gonna die just now. I swear I saw my father's face. You should have rested at the temple. She had been strongly advised to rest in the temple, but Evangeline insisted on taking charge of the funeral. But with Sir Lucas in that state, I had to step up. Evangeline quickly got back up, her lips trembling as she tried to muster a smile. Beads of sweat poured down her face. It seemed she felt a heavy sense of responsibility for the outcome of the recent defense battle. That's probably why she, despite her severe injuries, continued to push forward. I was confident, she muttered while looking at the newly dug graves. I had awakened, learned new skills, and I believed that our allies wouldn't get hurt anymore. If I had a shield, if I had a spear, I was sure I wouldn't lose anyone else. That was my confidence. Evangeline bit her lower lip. I was wrong. I was complacent. I wasn't enough. I still have a long way to go. You did your best. I rushed forward despite being a shield knight. Instead of protecting our allies, I focused on annihilating the enemy. Yet, I couldn't even kill their leader, and hence couldn't protect our allies properly. Evangeline was reflecting on her battle with Lunard. If I had done my job, I could have stopped the enemy's general at the northern wall, and naturally the damage elsewhere would have been minimized. I am clearly at fault. Evangeline, I softly reassured the young knight. You don't need to harbor such thoughts. I'm the commander here. If I had properly understood the enemy's intentions, we wouldn't have been scattered like this in the first place. It was true. Lucas, Evangeline, Damien. The three, having awakened their ultimate skills, were immensely powerful. But this time they couldn't unite. They had to fight separately. Their combined synergy couldn't manifest. If the three of them had complemented each other on the same battlefield, the defense battle would have played out differently. The fault is mine as the commander. The responsibility for the deaths during this defense lies with me. But Evangeline shot me a sharp look. Please, Senior, don't try to shoulder it all by yourself. What? Do you already forget our conversation when I decided to stay on this front? Was she referring to when she decided to stay during Stage 3? At that time, Evangeline had clearly said, I've told you I'll shoulder the resentment and responsibilities of the people you're trying to bear. Yes, she had said that. I'm the heir to the Crossroad Margrave. Someday, I will govern this city. You don't have to give me everything. But Senior, please share a bit with me. With her large emerald eyes wide open, showing her pronounced canine teeth, Evangeline flashed a radiant smile. It's too heavy for you to bear alone, isn't it? Evangeline, I'm here and we're by your side. Don't forget that. It was then I realized. She knew I was struggling alone and took the initiative to oversee the funeral to be by my side. Her thoughtfulness and kindness left me speechless. Evangeline is growing up so fast. Though her height remained the same. Ahem. We stood silently atop the hill, watching the settling graveyard. Most of the crowd had dispersed. Aren't you reciting a poem today? Evangeline unexpectedly asked. I turned to her, puzzled. A poem? Yes, like you did at my father's funeral. I thought you might do it again this time. I awkwardly scratched the back of my neck. She has a surprisingly sharp intuition. In truth, I had prepared a tribute poem, but the timing seemed off. Want to hear it? You have a pleasant voice. Go on. Evangeline closed her eyes, ready to listen, and cupped her ears. Felt a bit embarrassing given the setting. Taking a deep breath, I began to recite my short poem. Come closer, for we too shall become fallen leaves someday. Come closer, for the night approaches and the winds blow. Autumn, death, and the need for each other. There were a few more lines, but I stopped there. Evangeline, who had been silently listening, smiled warmly. It's beautiful. You think. It's melancholic but has its own charm. As she shrugged, a red leaf fell beside Evangeline. Looking up at the tree, she murmured, It's already autumn. Yes, it's autumn. When you joined us, it was just turning spring. Now it's already autumn. Time is relentless. Have I used my time meaningfully? Have I led the front lines here properly? Senior. As I was about to lose myself in thought again, Evangeline playfully jumped in front of me. I was startled. Geez. With your condition, move gently. Get me a new armor. Mine's all wrecked. Before I could chide her more, I paused. Right, the golem armor Evangeline had been using was now in tatters.
Don't worry.
It'll get you the best one. And a shield and spear too. They're all worn out. I'm not sure if they can be repaired. Don't fret about that either. I'll replace them to your liking. I had a new armor in mind, and upgrades for her exclusive spear and shield were awaiting. You're going to grow even more, Evangeline. Excited, Evangeline hopped around, but soon held her injured area, groaning in pain. Watching her, I thought, equipped with her attributes set, taller with a balanced physique and soon to be a Margrave of Crossroad. You'll grow into a fine adult. I grinned, seeing Evangeline mature mentally beyond recognition in the past 6 months. But when will she grow taller? You're the title character in the game's limited edition. You'll grow to match that title illustration, right? The cover isn't a scam, is it? After most of the people had left the cemetery, I headed towards Coreja's grave. Kuilin and the penal squad's 5 members were still guarding the place. Kuilin. Upon calling the name of Kuilin, who had a hood attached to his robe pulled down deeply, he slowly removed it. A face that seemed a mix between a wolf and a human emerged, yet unmistakably, it was Kuilin. Your Majesty. How was the funeral? Perfect. There couldn't have been a better ceremony. I had specifically ordered it, to give Coreja the best and most respectful send-off possible. When we reclaim our homeland, we might relocate the grave, but for now, the funeral was too splendid to think about that. Kuilin stared quietly once more at the grave of his brother that he had been observing all day. Hopefully, he can rest a bit easier now. It would be good if that were the case. While it's hard to imagine what could console the dead, after all, funerals are more for the living than for the deceased. I'm grateful for the wonderful funeral and for treating us like humans despite our current state. Then, Kuilin hesitated before saying, but we probably cannot stay in this city. I was at a loss for words. Crossroad had been attacked by werewolves. Many had died. In such circumstances, it was unlikely that the Danpunglang tribe, which shares the same wolf blood, could live peacefully in the city. While they look quite different, they still share many similarities with werewolves. And those who had suffered the werewolf attack would definitely not be welcoming. Every 2 weeks following a full moon, look like this, half-human, half-beast. Kuilin gestured to his reddish, fur-covered hand. We may look like dogs shedding fur every season, but turn into these wolf forms bi-weekly. The locals might find it terribly uncomfortable, don't you think? But it doesn't seem right to leave the front lines entirely, especially after what Your Majesty and the others have done for us. Kuilin glanced at me, deep in thought. What do you think we should do? I want to hear Your Majesty's opinion. There is one option. I began slowly. It might be a bit strenuous for you all. We've camped in rugged mountains and marshlands, survived while being pursued by the Imperial Army. Kuilin grinned. Just tell us. Follow. The other members of the penal squad nodded in agreement. I took a brief breath and said, we're going to establish a forward base. How about you guys stay on site there? Forward base. It was situated near the lake, the very place where we had fought the Black Spider Legion during the tutorial. Originally, this was the primary defensive line of the monster front here. Only those monsters that couldn't be stopped here flowed and struck Crossroad. If we could only restore this damaged place, we could significantly reduce the monsters reaching the Lord's Castle at Crossroad. But, of course, the problem was its maintenance difficulty. Right on the enemy's doorstep, it was tasked with withstanding the enemy's first wave head-on. If it ever fell, the station troops would be decimated. Because it was so close to the enemy wave's starting point, Just sending materials for reconstruction was a tough job. Given this, we had been preparing the required materials for a long while now, but the actual reconstruction work had been at a standstill. Moreover, since the defenses had been successful for so long, there had even been thoughts like, do we really need to pour money and manpower into restoring the forward base? But the situation had changed. In the recent defensive battle, the monsters had broken into the city. Civilians had been harmed. In protecting the civilians, soldiers had also fallen. I felt it deep in my bones. The battlefield shouldn't be in the city. We must keep it as far from the city as possible. We start constructing the forward base. No matter how long it took or how much money and materials were wasted. Human lives were more important than time, money, or resources. Kulin, hearing my words, nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Since we have excess strength, we can certainly help with the base restoration. That would be truly appreciated. However, in return, build us a space in the forward base that only we can use. That's reasonable, right? Of course. Live in it like kings. Ha ha ha. Did you know my moniker was once the Bandit King? I already had plans to decorate it like a fortress. Kulin, with a hearty laugh, tilted his head. So, how exactly does this restoration process work? Normally, laborers would load the construction materials on carts, and then members from the merchant guild would begin the reconstruction. Thus, in the game, between stages and during times without monster invasions, only then could you send laborers for the restoration. Moreover, with travel taking 3 days each way, the actual time for reconstruction work got even shorter. It was a long-term task. Let's use a shortcut. I smirked devilishly, causing Kulin to shiver. You're generally such a good person, but sometimes you laugh like a real villain. You know? Let's skip discussing my grin and just listen up. It might not have been an option in the game, but I believed it was entirely possible in this reality. Planning a victory from outside the rules. And the first step was Teleport Gates. Chapter 270. After discussing the upcoming plans with the penal squad, I issued them individual instructions for setting out. I intended for us to depart for the Lake Kingdom that very night. Watching members of the penal squad scatter to prepare, I sought out the rest of my party members. Damien, although not severely injured, had temporarily lost his vision due to overexerting his farsight ability. Consequently, he was unable to attend the funeral and was recuperating. Lucas was still in a daze from the side effects of a previous transformation, so he was restrained and confined in the underground dungeon. Lastly, there was Junior. Junior stood still atop a hill. She was watching. Whoosh! A flying ship that had suddenly arrived over Crossroad. It was the Alcatraz, a special airship of the Imperial family. The airship was dispatched to retrieve the magical troops stationed here and return to the Imperial capital. The huge body of the airship was slowly landing in front of Crossroads' southern gate. Soon, Reyna and the magic troops would board that ship and leave for the Imperial capital. Junior emotionlessly watched the landing ship. As I approached her, she murmured softly, I once faintly believed that people could understand one another. I halted my steps. Junior continued, but it wasn't true. Between some people, there's a chasm that can never be bridged. So deep that no effort can leap over it, and no indifference can ignore it. Such a profound hatred. Junior, I wanted to bridge that chasm and grow closer to that person. I wished to forgive her and find peace within myself. A bitter smile formed on Junior's lips. But I realized, seeing that person and Camus fight to the death, it became clear. There are things in this world that can never be forgiven. Chasms that will never be filled. Such a deep chasm exists between me and Lady Reyna. Junior shook her head slowly. Getting close was impossible from the very beginning. You might be right, Junior. Perhaps from the very start, it was impossible to bridge the gap between them. I gave Junior a gentle smile. But there's no need to grow close. Huh? Even with a deep chasm between them, people can still communicate. It's okay if they aren't friends or even allies. It doesn't matter even if they're enemies. People can communicate with each other. As long as they both will it. As much as they want. To the hesitating Junior, I nodded reassuringly. I don't think Reina is right. I don't believe the things she did in the past can be forgiven. But I know that if you let her go like this, you'll regret it. I gave Junior a gentle push on her back. Go. Go and have one last conversation with her. You don't have to forgive. We don't have to understand each other. Even from a distance, we can shout out and share our stories. Junior, who had been silent for a long time, cautiously asked, If we do that, will anything change? It's okay if it doesn't, I said with confidence. But the regrets will diminish. Reina had killed Camus. She bombed Junior's village, inflicted indelible wounds on her, and never sought forgiveness. Such animosity was of a kind that could never be washed away or erased. Yet they both tried for each other. Reina attempted to mend their relationship while treating Junior's injuries, and Junior was gradually accepting her. There was a makeshift bridge, albeit shaky, built between the deep chasm that separated them. I had watched this process from the sidelines. Thus, I couldn't stand to see them part without even a simple goodbye. Perhaps this rift might never heal. Even so, I hoped they would part by truly facing each other, rather than avoiding each other's gazes. No matter what fate held for them in the future, I hoped they would understand each other, if only a bit more. For Junior's sake, and for Reina's as well. I'm going to see her. I should at least say my goodbyes to Captain Reina in person. Junior, after a moment of hesitation, made up his mind and bowed deeply to me. Thank you, Your Highness. Junior dashed toward the crossroad barracks where Reina had disappeared. I quietly watched him go, then turned my gaze to the southern wall. Vurum dash. A flying ship had fully landed. Officers and soldiers from the Magic Brigade hurriedly loaded their equipment aboard. By the time Junior reached the southern gate, vroom dash, the flying ship was roaring, fully prepped for takeoff. Through the open hatch, she saw Reina boarding the ship at the last moment. Captain Reina! An out-of-breath Junior shouted desperately. Startled, Reina turned around. Junior! A brief, awkward silence settled between them. With a small chuckle, Reina shrugged her shoulders. Did you come to accept my previous offer? Her enticing proposition to join her on a journey to the imperial capital. To walk the path of magic together at the cutting-edge ivory tower. However, Junior quietly shook her head. She had already declined. Reina gave a bitter smile. Then why are you here? What business do you have? You hate me now? Did you come to curse me? That's not a bad way to say goodbye. Facing the sarcastically spoken words of Reina. You! Junior began, struggling to find the right words. I've decided not to forgive you. Reina's lips tightened. Junior continued. However, I'm grateful for everything you've done for me. Slowly, Junior raised her hand to her chest. Healing my body, teaching me magic, standing back to back, crossing the line of life. Butting into my affairs, dragging me to the restaurant and talking about my mother, the journey with you over these past few months. Junior spoke candidly. It was enjoyable. If I had a magic mentor, I wished it could have been someone like you. Having never properly had a mentor and having learned everything through self-study, Junior deeply cherished every lesson from Reina. Every moment they spent together was both enlightening and joyful. Someday we meet again. With a trembling voice, Junior continued. I might still not forgive you, but... Hesitating briefly, Junior then met Reina's gaze directly. That time, please tell me your story. Reina blinked, taken aback by the unexpected request. My story? About the life you've led. Why you had to live that way. How you felt at that time. Most of their conversations had been about Jupiter. It was a common ground and shared interest between them. How Jupiter behaved when with Junior, the kind of person Jupiter was when with Reina. They exchanged such stories. Therefore, they hadn't talked much about each other. Please, tell me about yourself. I'll also share my story, about how I've lived. A mage who trampled foreign lands for her own country, and another mage who grew despite being trampled upon. Two people standing on opposite sides. from across an insurmountable chasm, on the edge of an already collapsed bridge. Yet Junior called out, "Let's talk. Let's understand. Despite our differences, even if I can't forgive you, I still want to hear your story." Okay. After a long silence, with a barely audible quivering voice, Reina finally replied, "Let's do just that." Reina closed her eyes momentarily, and when she opened them again, a relieved smile adorned her lips. "Promise. They'll be looking forward to the day we meet again. Jupiter Jr. Virum dash. The hatch slowly closed. Reina waved with a bright smile. "Gather many wonderful stories until then. Understand?" Boom! As the hatch sealed, whoosh dash. A blue flame created by magic power burst out from the airship's exhaust. The airship carrying the mage troops disappeared into the sky in no time. Junior silently watched the receding airship cutting through the clouds, hoping to understand that unforgivable mage when they met next. Crossroad. The Lord's mansion. After the funeral ceremonies, as I returned to the mansion, 3 members of the Shadow Squad awaited me. I had summoned them. There were tasks to assign and I needed updates on their missions. Godhand, Bodybag, Burnout. Gazing at the 3 elves who safely returned, I nodded in acknowledgement. "You've worked hard on the long-term dispatch mission. I'm glad you returned safely. I apologize for the delay, Your Highness." The 3 elves bowed their heads simultaneously. I patted them on the shoulders. "Thank you for coming back alive, and to immediately contribute to the defense after your return. You truly went through a lot." Under my gaze, the 3 elves looked pleased. Yet there was an apparent hesitation as they exchanged glances among themselves. With no particular thought in mind, I greeted Godhand with a broad grin. "So, about the Dragon Lady, did you meet the Duchess of Bringer?" "Yes, Your Majesty. The task I had entrusted to this Shadow Squad. It was to deliver my letter to the Dragon Lady, the ruler of the Bringer Duchy. The content of the letter was simple. If the Duchess of Bringer escapes to this monster frontline, I would offer her refuge and support for a new beginning. Having been pushed to the brink of destruction in the war against the Everblack Empire, the Duchess of Bringer would naturally flee to the monster frontline. In the game, this scenario was a matter of choice to accept or reject. Twisting the situation, I had preemptively extended the invitation for her to come to the monster frontline. I had long decided to keep the Duchess of Bringer under my command. That's why I had made the first move to seize the initiative. And now, the Shadow Squad, who were the messengers of that letter, had returned. This likely meant that the Duchess of Bringer had decided to accept my offer. Here, a reply from the Duchess of Bringer. Seemingly reluctant, Godhand handed me a letter. Without hesitation, I tore open the wax-sealed envelope and quickly scanned its contents. The smile that had formed on my lips slowly hardened. I looked at Godhand in disbelief, still holding the letter. "What is this?" "Well, you see." Godhand, clearly reluctant to explain, finally elucidated the content of the letter in response to my query. "It's a declaration of war. The Duchess of Bringer has issued a declaration of war on our southern front line." The content of the letter wasn't mistaken. Godhand, having met with the Duchess of Bringer in person, relayed the Dragon Lattice intentions to me crystal clear. She intends to march here personally. What the foo? No, what the Dragon Dash? Chapter 271. The Bringer Duchy's forces are on the brink of annihilation. Godhand calmly explained the current situation of the Bringer Duchy. Almost all of the duchy has been captured by the Imperial Army's 1st Division, commanded by Prince Lark. All that remains for the Duchess of Bringer is a handful of her personal Night Guard. The rest can be considered decimated. Why are they declaring war on us, then? To ask for our help. When I asked, incredulous, Godhand gave a wry smile. It's probably their pride. Ha! The Duchess of Bringer I met has even stronger pride than the rumors suggest. Just the humiliation of defeat alone is tough for her, let alone the current situation where she is being forced to bow and join under our command. So, she can't simply join us from below? Yes. Godhand nodded. She said she'll see for herself if we have the capacity to accept her. And she declared war? Just to be a subordinate? To have a face-off? What's with that? Is she some kind of real psycho? Or a super macho? What do you even call that? Godhand recited the conditions proposed by the Duchess of Bringer. The terms are 5 versus 5. The Duchess of Bringer and her 5 knight guards versus 5 champions chosen from our southern front. A small-scale war under these conditions. What kind of war is that? It's just a party versus party. Basically a 5v5 PK. If we lose, we'll become their subordinates without protest. But if they win, what? They want the command of this front. Yes, exactly. Is she seriously crazy? I was tempted to swear, but I held it back. Godhand, noticing my mood, gave an awkward smile. As expected, it's an absurd condition, isn't it?
No.
I accept. What? I responded with a fierce grin. It'll be fun, breaking that high and mighty dragon Lattice nose. She wants to preserve her pride even after her nation has fallen and she's lost all her soldiers. Giving her a proper scratch on that arrogant face might be a good lesson for that duchess. I initially thought we'd maintain a cooperative relationship, but if they're challenging us, I'm not one to decline. They'll subjugate her and have her working like a dog. Are you sure about this? Even though they are retreating, the power of the Duchess of Bringer and her knights is immense. Sure they were. They managed to hold an already fallen nation with just the Duchess and a few knights. But our front champions are also incredibly powerful. Don't worry. We won't lose. Our main party of 5 is extremely strong, too. Above all, I have complete information about the Duchess of Bringer and her party. The basis of war is an information battle. Knowing everything about their skills and stats gives us an overwhelming advantage. It's a fight where there's no reason to be cautious, just one that's absurd. So, when are they coming? They detained us first, then sent us away. They only left a message that they'd be coming soon. Given the complicated situation in the Bringer Duchy, they weren't sure exactly when it would happen. Well, they would find out eventually as they waited. I noticed the deep red scars on the arms and legs of the 3 members of the Shadow Squad. I gently patted their shoulders. You've been through a lot. You've worked hard. It was nothing, really. Godhand deeply bowed to me. If you trust us again, we can handle even greater tasks. After grasping Godhand's shoulder and letting go, I gestured with my chin. You're probably tired since the poison hasn't completely worn off. But follow me, we have a place to go. TL note. Like I said before, this poison is travel fatigue. Where to? The dungeon beneath the Lake Kingdom. We have some tasks to complete. My main party was compromised. Evangeline had an abdominal wound, Damien had an eye injury, and Lucas was in his beast form. They weren't in any condition to move. So, for the next few days, the Elite Penal Squad and the Shadow Squad would have to take over their tasks. Despite their minor injuries and fatigue, they had to step up. Anyway, at my instruction, the 3 members of the Shadow Squad silently prepared their gear and followed behind. I intended to leave the reception room and head straight to the teleport gate in the backyard. But then, squeak. Ha! Ah! When I opened the reception room door, I saw a woman looking somewhat distraught, with a hue close to brown on her reddish hair, sitting in a wheelchair. It was Lily, the senior mage from our southern front. I asked in surprise, Lily? What are you doing here? Your Majesty, well? Lily hesitated and her eyes darted around, eventually landing on Godhand. An awkward atmosphere enveloped Lily and Godhand. It was uncomfortable, yet it felt tingling, as if a spring breeze was blowing. Caught between them, I felt even more out of place. Damn, my lips curled. Intimate affairs in the middle of this sacred monster front? These kids. It's frustrating. I mean, there's no rule against romance, but still. Especially not in front of me. It's so upsetting. Damn. I even blurted out a curse. Lily, Godhand began to say something, but I interrupted him, flailing my arms wildly. Cut dash. Listen, we don't have time now. After we're done with the task, you two can meet privately and chat properly. Got it. Love, go ahead. But do it somewhere I can't see. Damn it. Why is it so painful for singles to witness? Ruthlessly, I grabbed Godhand and dragged him to the backyard. Suddenly, Lily shouted after us. "I'll come too." What? Surprised, I jumped and turned around. Godhand, equally startled, also looked back. I exclaimed, "We're heading to the dungeon now." That dungeon, beneath the Lake Kingdom. The dark, slimy, gloomy, sticky one where monsters come out with a roar. You're coming with us. I am the senior mage of this front. I've joined you several times before, right? And every time you did, you turned all shades of green. And yet, you want to join again? I have something to discuss with Godhand, Lily said with a determined face. Please add me to the party, Your Majesty. I want to go too. Silence had filled the room, and then the corners of my lips curled up maliciously. Fine. If you want to return to the field so badly, I'd be more than happy to oblige, Lily. Oh no, just this once. Just this time. Lily's face instantly turned pale. I chuckled wickedly. Yes, go ahead. If you want to flaunt your romance in front of me, then do so at your own peril. That's when Godhand moved behind Lily and gently grasped the handles of her wheelchair. He gave her a reassuring smile. A mage needs protection at the front lines. If you're heading into the dungeon, I'll guard the forefront for you, Miss Lily. Ah. Let's go. Lily, with her face flushed and shaking, lowered her head. Godhand took the lead, pushing Lily's wheelchair as they headed to the courtyard. Bodybag, Burnout, and I watched their retreating figures dumbfounded. The sight of the two leaving the mansion and moving towards the courtyard was visible through the window. Snapping back to reality, I blurted out, "Damn! This is so freaking annoying." At the front of the teleport gate, the penal squad was waiting. The penal squad and the shadow squad had already met during the last defense battle. Considering they were parties made of different species, it seemed they quickly became familiar with one another. They didn't seem surprised by our appearance. Maybe it's because they're elves. Our Werbeast race often interacted with them before our nations fell. There's no reason to be surprised. Coolin and Godhand exchanged friendly banter. Lily, I was the one pushing Lily's wheelchair. It was a stern decision I made as a commander to prevent any more lovey-dovey vibes in this place. Lily, sitting in the wheelchair I was pushing, looked up at me with hazy eyes. What the hell? Your Majesty, may I ask something? What? You are known as the Empire's most notorious playboy. Why does it feel like you're getting a stomach ache from someone else's romance? Well, Ash is the Empire's playboy. The me who has inhabited this body is currently single. Isn't it natural to be irritated by the obvious romance right in front of me? I swallowed those words and tried to sound casual as I explained. We need to be on high alert when entering the dungeon. You can't be distracted by other things, right? That's why I separated you two. Immediately after, I shot a piercing glare at her. So, by saying romance, you're admitting it, huh? Haven't you become quite shameless, our senior mage? No, that's not. When was it that you sang about disliking elves, and now suddenly you've fallen in love? Huh? Tell me. I have no comment. I can't hear you. Lily covered her ears and lowered her head. I snorted. These lovey-dovey pests. They should just live happily ever after. Humph. One by one, we entered the teleport gate. The penal squad went in first, followed by Lily and me with the shadow squad right behind. Flash dash. Now loading. Tip. Heroes within the game form various relationships with one another. Friendly relationships aid in battles, while hostile ones can be detrimental. Help the heroes establish good relations with each other. What a timely tip. Ha! The destination after using the teleport gate was the base camp. Just as I explained earlier, There are two purposes for our visit here today. After ensuring everyone had finished teleporting, I briefed my party members, taking a look at each one of them. Firstly, it's to capture the magic user who can set up teleport gates, Coco the Severer. Spatial cutting magician, the teleport specialized NPC, Coco. She's a hefty witch residing in the base camp. The very same witch who would open the gates to the event dungeons. By capturing her, we can establish a teleport gate at any desired location. Of course, in the game, players could only use pre-established teleport gates. But here, this was reality. With the necessary resources and a dedicated magician available, it's plausible to set up a teleport gate wherever I desire. If I could set up a teleport gate at will, I could use all sorts of tricks. It would also be advantageous when establishing forward bases. That's why capturing Coco was our primary objective. Secondly, here she comes. As I shifted my gaze, the rest of the party members looked in the same direction. A female adventurer was hurrying towards us. With her long dark green hair and 3 teardrops tattooed below her left eye, she was an assassin-class elf. The leader of the NPC adventurer party, the Holy Grail Seekers, Verdandi. A clearly distressed Verdandi ran up to me, offering a bright smile. "Your Highness, you're safe." After defeating Lunard and regrouping, we got a bit delayed. "I hope for your understanding, Verdandi." "Not at all. I'm just grateful that you kept your promise." Verdandi repeatedly bowed deeply in gratitude. Yes, the promise with Verdandi. The rescue of the previously agreed-upon Holy Grail Seekers party. Emergency quest, NPC rescue. Rescue the NPC kidnapped by the Nightmare Legion.
Location: Zone 7 Wolfstein.
Reward? Time remaining, 2 days. Currently, a significant number of NPCs are kidnapped in the Zone 7 dungeon Wolf's Denver. Moreover, there's only 2 days left to the rescue deadline. We need to begin the NPC rescue operation in the shortest possible time with the available party members. That's the reason I had 2 fully armed parties accompany me today. Today, we'll clear the path. Tomorrow, we'll break in and rescue them. Is that acceptable? Yes. Verdandi, her eyes slightly teary, nodded in agreement. At that moment, "Verdandi," a bewildered voice echoed. Both Verdandi and I turned to see who spoke. It was Godhand. He looked at Verdandi with disbelief. "You're alive?" Exclamation point. Surprised, Verdandis' eyes widened. You are." Staggering, Verdandi approached Godhand, speechless. Their hands gripped each other tightly. The 2 elves stood silently for a while, looking at each other with affectionate gazes. Everyone just watched this unexpected reunion of kin. "Godhand." A chilling voice rang out. If that voice had a color, it would be a cold blue. Startled, I quickly turned in that direction. Lily, seated in her wheelchair, tilted her head slightly. Her eyes sank coldly, reminiscent of a frosty dawn. "Who is that woman?" "Wah! Oh no, that's..." Frantically pulling his hand away from Verdandi, Godhand waved his hands in panic. No, that's not it. Miss Lily. I mean..." The base camp, which was filled with a warm pink atmosphere just moments ago, now felt like the dead of a freezing winter. Enough! Watching this mess unfold, I couldn't hold back any longer. "You're seriously trying to start a romance in a dungeon? You damn fool! Pisses me off. Seriously dash." Chapter 272. Right. After a brief chaotic moment had passed, having left Lily on the other side and coming over to a secluded spot with just Verdandi and Godhand, I asked, "What's the relationship between you two?" It said that the Holy Grail Seekers entered this dungeon over 100 years ago. But since elves are notoriously long-lived, it wouldn't be surprising if they've known each other even before that. Yet, Verdandi and Godhand just glanced at each other, not answering easily. I narrowed my eyes. "Wait, are you two actually lovers?" Upon hearing our conversation, Lilith's eyes flashed from the other side. Godhand, looking panicked, quickly waved his hands. "We are definitely not in that kind of relationship." "Then what is it? Why can't you tell me?" Well, actually, Verdandi is from the fairy kingdoms. As Godhand tried to explain, this time Verdandi gave him a pointed look. Godhand stumbled over his words, changing his explanation. Verdandi has a high rank. I once served under her. Truthfully, I was aware of Verdandis' real status. Of course, I knew the background of an SSR-ranked named character like the back of my hand. But if she wanted to hide it, there was no need to rub salt in the wound. I turned my attention back to Godhand. So now that you've met an old acquaintance, you plan to pledge allegiance to Verdandi and not me? No, Your Highness, not at all. Our shadow squad is loyal to only you. Godhand almost fell to the floor as he exclaimed this. Verdandi clicked her tongue, watching him. To think you would bow and show loyalty to a human. What has become of you since we last met? No, Lady Verdandi. It's not like that. Godhand looked ready to cry. Poor guy, caught in a drama that felt like the climax of a soap opera. I stepped in to wrap things up. So, you two are acquaintances, but you're neither in a relationship of allegiance nor lovers, correct? Yes. You're absolutely right, Your Highness. All right, I understand. I gestured towards Lily on the other side. But will she forgive you? A fiery mage, emitting a distinct red aura, was glaring our way. Her fury was palpable, ready to reduce everything to ashes. Liar, liar, elves are always liars. A squeaky whimper escaped from Godhand. Quite the range in character you have there. I didn't want to be involved in a love triangle rectangle drama any longer. I made my decision. Godhand, take Lily and go talk things out. Clear up any misunderstandings and catch up. With Lily in her current state? Would you rather run away? You should always address sparks before they become a flame. Don't you know the saying, look out for hidden sparks, check again for extinguished ones? Recalling an old fire safety slogan, Godhand's face turned ghostly pale as he slowly approached Lily. Just a few minutes ago, they were chattering happily, but now they looked miserable. Delightfully entertaining. I chuckled. Verdandi? Yes, Your Highness. I began calling out when Verdandi swiftly responded. I couldn't help but crack a smile. Regardless of your past, I don't really care. We're allies in this dungeon, aren't we? Yes, we are. But remember, both Godhand and the elves are under my command now. Godhand seemed to be enjoying himself, as if he had changed genres all of a sudden. Regardless, the Shadow Squad members were loyal to me, willing to lay down their lives for my cause. It would be troublesome if you tried to take them, even if they are your kin. I can't stand having anything taken from me. They were among the few elite subparties. Whether through school ties, regional ties, or blood ties, I won't forgive anyone who breaks the contract. Verdandi, with a pale face, nodded in understanding. I'll keep that in mind. I gave her a cheeky grin. Great. Shall we go rescue your precious comrades? Before setting out, I had another purpose for visiting today, to meet Coco, the teleportation-specialized NPC. Old Coco was seated in her workshop. With Kelly Bay absent, she was the only NPC guarding our base camp. The large witch, stirring a massive pot filled with unidentifiable bubbling ingredients, narrowed her eyes as I approached. What brings you here today, young prince? Do you have a door for me to open? I cut straight to the chase. I wanted to establish a teleport gate at a desired location. I asked if she would cooperate. Constructing a teleport gate, you say? Coco looked at me with an inscrutable smile. I nodded. Old Coco, you can do it, right? You're the master of spatial magic after all. Of course I can. After all, I'm the one who built all the teleport gates throughout the Lake Kingdom. Coco's distant eyes seemed to reminisce. After the Lake Kingdom was consumed by darkness, nameless, and I spent centuries building safe zones throughout. To be honest, I hadn't been particularly interested in Coco's backstory. But now I realized that this old woman was centuries old. She was no ordinary human. Could she be an ancient magician, given her mastery over intricate spatial magic? Or was she a resident of Lake Kingdom, cursed with eternal life? We lit fires, constructed teleport gates, set up barriers against monsters. It was challenging, but those were rewarding days. I'm not sure if all those hardships were worth it, though. Coco gazed into the thick darkness outside our base camp, then turned her attention back to me. All right, fine. They'll help you. You seem worth helping. Why? Do you think I can push back the darkness of this kingdom? Teasingly, Coco chuckled. I've seen many promising young souls in this darkness, and I've seen many of them fall apart, losing their light. I'm too worn out to hang hopes on something like that. So, why does she think I'm worth helping? It's because of the talent you were born with. Talent? Do you not even realize it? Talent? What kind of talent? A talent as a hardcore gamer? As a streamer? My viewers did mockingly say that I had a considerable talent for being comedic. The only talent I recognize as a space-manipulating sorcerer is just one. However, what Coco was referring to was of a completely different nature. Time. I blinked in confusion. Time? I have a talent for that? What in the world is she talking about? It sounded like pure nonsense. You might not understand now, but you'll come to realize it in time. Waving it off, Coco flashed a mischievous smile. Anyway, bring me the materials and I'll construct the teleport gate at the location you desire. But the old witch's eyes glinted with a devilish tease. It was a look I knew all too well. Getting those materials won't be easy. It was that you're a newbie, so you better work hard kind of look veterans give. Ding! A system window popped up in front of me. I quickly checked it. Item creation quest. Collect the materials needed to construct the teleport gate. SR grade magic core, 0/1. Dark crystals, 0/5. Demon heart, 0 out of 3. Dark crystals that can only be obtained from high-tier monsters deep in dungeons, and demon hearts, which are rare drops from the top-tier demon legions. A whole list of magical components available only from the deepest parts of various dungeons. Particularly, many materials were from Zone 7. I chuckled to myself. One way or another, it looks like I have to venture into Zone 7. However, tackling multiple quests at once and completing them all together feels rewarding in its own right. Rescue the kidnapped NPC and construct the teleport gate. They'll finish off both subquests at once. Brushing off my hands, I turned around. My party members, all prepped to dive into the dungeon, stood ready. I shouted with enthusiasm. All right, let's carve out our path. I was worried our main party would struggle without its core members. Surprisingly, that wasn't the case. Thud. Boom. Crash. For starters, the penal squad in their beast mode had an incredible breaking power, tearing through the front lines. They were currently in their activated mode of a new trait, Moonlit Wolf. For 2 weeks before and after a full moon, you'll transform into a werbeast. Your physical strength and stamina gradually increase, while your intelligence and magic power decrease. This effect is strongest during the full moon. For 2 weeks before and after a new moon, you'll revert to a human form. You return to your base stats. The irremovable trait, Moonlit Wolf. For 2 weeks around the full moon, they transformed into beast forms and received strength and stamina bonuses. This boost was significantly potent, especially for Coolin. Ha ha ha! Get out of my way, you monster creeps! Coolin roared with glee, thrusting his fists forward. The monsters of this season, the skeletons, shattered in every direction upon impact. Coolin was a close combat dealer with high strength and agility but had absurdly low stamina. Due to the glass body trait, no matter what he did, Coolin's stamina stat was too low. A single hit would make him spit blood and collapse. However, during the 2 weeks when the Moonlit Wolf was active, the glass body trait would disappear. It seemed like this was due to his body transforming into that of a beastman, which allowed him to ignore the negative traits of his original body. Lucky him. Thus, the current Coolin possessed nearly maximum values in the 3 main attributes for a frontline character: strength, agility, and stamina. He had become a perfect martial artist. Even though it was only for 2 weeks out of the month, what a blessing! Honestly, I had often felt it was a waste investing in him. Besides Kulin, all the members of the penal squad were either warriors or rogue classes. All were melee characters, forming a solid front line. And the rest of the members who came with us, swoosh, swoosh,
hod hod hod.
the original firepower team of this monster front, the Shadow Squad. Although they had lost 2 archers, the Metal Mage Godhand, the Telekinetic Mage Bodybag, and the wide-area explosive archer Burnout were dishing out immense firepower as a trio. Skeleton hordes were swept away in no time. And then, lastly, an unintended guest member. Lily, holding a massive fireball, shot a fierce glare. Ultimate kill. With both her hands stretching forward, she threw that enormous fireball at an incredible speed.
Lia.
Boom! The immense heat from the soaring fireball caused a massive explosion. Scream. The dungeon boss of the Zone 6 we were currently in, the Giant Skeleton Conqueror, was directly hit by the fireball. Nothing remained of him but ashes. An R-ranked mage? Level 32? Is this even possible? As I stood there, mouth agape at the scene, Godhand, who was standing beside me, started to tremble. I placed a hand on his shoulder and nodded. You chose this romance on the battlefield. Hang in there with grit and determination. Yes, that's the plan. Godhand smiled weakly with trembling lips. I'm tired of living a life full of lies. I want to be honest now, both to others and to myself. I'll clear Lilith's misunderstanding and convey my true feelings. Watching Lily, who was out of breath from casting Ultimate Kill the Liar, no such skill exists. A heavily breathing Godhand approached her. Observing the complex love situation between the two, I silently rooted for Godhand from the bottom of my heart. I hope that someday during a lover's quarrel, you get hit by that fireball and turn pitch black. Really, you idiot. Chapter 273. Zone. In other words, the depth of a dungeon indicates how challenging it is. Dungeons of the same zone and depth are roughly of the same difficulty level. Put differently, advancing just one step deeper greatly increases the dungeon's risk factor. Phew. After breaking through all the dungeons on the shortest route from the 6th to the 7th zone, I gazed anew at the 7th zone spread out beyond the darkness. The latter half of the dungeon, namely the 6th to 10th zones, also known as the Deep Dark Realm, is immensely larger and tougher than the previous zones. The 6th zone was the weakest of them, so I managed to carve out a path, but rescuing operations in the 7th zone tomorrow won't be as easy as today. At least the good thing is that Wolf's Den is nearby. The Wolf's Den is at the beginning of the 7th zone. I should be able to quickly defeat it and get out swiftly. That's if everything goes as planned. Alright. Everyone worked hard today. Base camp. It was time to end today's free exploration and return. Let's head back, clean up, and rest. I encouraged the party members, drained from clearing several dungeons today. We'll have to work hard again tomorrow, so they need to rest well tonight. The tired party members, one by one, entered the teleport gate, stretching and yawning. Lily, who looked a bit sulky, and Godhand, who seemed particularly exhausted, disappeared into the gate. Once the other party members had all returned, Verdandi. I turned to look at Verdandi, who had been seeing us off. Thanks for your continuous support all this time. Verdandi gave a gentle smile. Every time I saw her, her tear-like markings made it hard to tell whether she was smiling or crying. Don't mention it. I'm doing this to save my comrades. Indeed, right now, Verdandi was helping us merely to rescue her party. But the fact remains that she actively assisted us in our dungeon explorations over the past few weeks. I believe we've formed a fairly cooperative and good relationship. I know it's not much of a repayment for all your help, but I took out a dagger from my belongings and handed it to Verdandi. Take it. Huh? What's this? Upon seeing it, Verdandis' eyes widened in surprise. It's a blink dagger, an SSR-grade weapon that I got from the last loot box. After much contemplation, I decided to give it to Verdandi. She's the only dagger user among us, and if tomorrow's battle gets intense, having this dagger as her secret weapon might be beneficial. It's a blink dagger. You know how to use it, right? Oh my, such a valuable item. Verdandi recognized what it was and seemed surprised, but she graciously accepted it with both hands. Thank you so much, Ash. You'll use it well. No big deal. It's just a token of appreciation since you've been so helpful to us. Don't feel obliged. I then took out a small pouch from my belongings and handed it over. Oh, and these are sunflower seeds. I managed to get some more. Wow, I'm truly grateful. She seemed to appreciate the sunflower seeds more than the SSR-grade dagger. Watching Verdandi happily pocket the seeds, I grew curious. I had never seen her eat the sunflower seeds she so adored. Was she saving them for later, only to occasionally indulge? Suddenly, an image flashed across my mind. Verdandi, sneakily hiding in a corner, nibbling on a sunflower seed one by one. Quickly shook my head, dismissing the thought. She'd eat them when she wanted to. See you tomorrow. As I waved and positioned myself in front of the teleportation gate, Verdandi unexpectedly stretched out her hand. Ha! Did she want more? There were no more sunflower seeds left. Seeing my confusion, Verdandi fidgeted awkwardly with her fingers. You taught me when we first met, right? When humans greet each other, they shake hands. Oh! Suppressing a smile, I shook Verdandi's hand and said, Sure. Once again. Looking forward to our continued friendship, Verdandi. Haha. Yes. Take care and see you tomorrow. After an awkward wave, she hesitated before releasing my hand. I gave a final nod before diving into the teleportation gate. Flash dash. In Verdandi's hands were two items she alternated gazing at. A top-tier blink dagger and a pouch filled with sunflower seeds. Ash is such a kind soul, she thought. He even promised to rescue her teammates who'd been captured by monsters. Though time was of the essence, Verdandi wanted to believe in Ash. He was one of the few benevolent humans she'd encountered in this endless, hellish dungeon. Holding tightly onto the dagger and pouch, Verdandi made up her mind. Let's go. Gathering her belongings, Verdandi left the base camp. She and her Holy Grail Seekers party had set up camp in a special area of the dungeon. After a considerable trek through the dungeon's shadows, she arrived at the chosen location. Between zones 5 and 6 was a passage connecting the aqueducts. Broken pipes leaked water that seeped into the fractured stone walls. In this rare passage where clear water flowed, unnamed grass and moss grew abundantly. Being an elf born and nurtured by trees, Verdandi found this spot in the dungeon most comforting. It's where her party had set up their residence. Returning to an empty dwelling since her comrades had been abducted, Verdandi entered her makeshift shelter. After unpacking, she approached a small tilled plot beside the water stream. Carefully, she began planting the sunflower seeds she'd received from Ash. Phew! After emptying the contents of the pouch, she wiped the sweat from her forehead with her dirt-covered hand. Wasting your time, elf? With a playful, sinister chuckle, a chilling voice suddenly echoed. Planting flower seeds in a dungeon that never sees a glint of sunlight. Are you a fool? Dash. Startled, Verdandi swiftly drew her dagger and looked behind. Swish, swish, swish. How had this ominous presence remained hidden? From the dark recesses of the passage, a figure exuding malevolent energy glided into view. A woman whose revealing attire contrasted with her tattered monk robe was in sight. Her radiant, neon-pink hair, the horns protruding near her temples, and a devilish tail were unmistakable. Clutching her dagger tighter, Verdandi uttered the being's name with gritted teeth. Salome, Nightmare Legion Commander, ranked 7th. In a game of fate, the succubus queen, the femme fatale, Salome, the Legion commander of the Unholy Legion, slightly narrowed her eyes, a playful twinkle dancing within. Her red eyes gleamed with mischief. TL note, this is a problem. You see, the overall legion is called, which means nightmare. Meanwhile, Salome's legion is called, which could also mean nightmare. The first one is nightmare, as in terrifying, and the second one is nightmare, as in terrible dreams. Creatures like the succubi are also referred to as which is usually translated as mare by most translators. But having two nightmares would be confusing, so I will be changing it to Unholy Legion. Hehe. I'm pleased to see you too, darling. Verdandi looked at Salome with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. How did you get here? I've layered several perception-reducing spells here. A little persuasion on one of your comrades, and he spilled everything. Told me you'd be here. At this, Verdandis' eyes widened in shock. What did you do to my teammate, Night Hag? For now, he's alive. Elf. Covering her mouth with a hand, Salome giggled deviously. But who knows? He might not last much longer. He's been trapped in my dream for quite a while now. Once I drain the last bit of his life force, he might wither away and die. Shortly after, Salome playfully swayed her pointer finger from side to side. Ah, I know what you're thinking. You, along with your new friends, will come to rescue him, right? You really think you can? Just imagine the despair your party felt when they were captured. A mocking smile, like a crack on her porcelain-like, beautiful face, appeared on Salome. The vast gap in power. Even the famed Nameless tried to rescue the captured ones alone and had to repeatedly retreat. With your strength, rescuing your comrades is impossible. The Plague Legion, the Unholy Legion, the Werewolf Legion. The commanders of these three legions had formed an alliance, and Verdandis' Holy Grail Seekers party, caught by them, was bound to face a crushing defeat. Having felt the overwhelming strength of the enemies, Verdandi couldn't easily refute Salome's taunts. The succubus proclaimed with a tone that seemed to relish the moment. After all, I'm no fool. If you try to overpower and take my guests, I'll instantly destroy the dream. That will surely shatter the mind of the one dreaming. You know, right? I'm the only reason they're still alive. Once my mercy ends, your comrades will either die or face something even more horrifying. What do you want from me? Verdandi asked, her voice sounding as if she were about to vomit blood. Salome's eyes widened in mock surprise. It's simple. Those humans you've been hanging out with lately. Salome stated her demand succinctly. Hand them over to me. Excuse me? Oh, not all of them. Just that human commander named Ash. A faint blush appeared on Salome's cheeks as she thought of him. I'm interested in him. He's overthrown Orlop, Celendian, and now even Lunard. That man. It's definitely not a coincidence at this point. His fate. There's something about that human man. Moments later, Salome's eyes sparkled as she pleaded, much like a child. So, can you arrange a one-on-one meeting between me and that Ash guy? Please? Can you? And what would you do when you meet? Seduce him? Hee. Obviously. Is there anything else a succubus should be doing? Salome's initially innocent laughter morphed, casting an eerie shadow over her face. I'll trap him deep in a dream, turning his mind to mush. Once I understand how he could have done all these things, I'll kill him. Then the king will shower me with affection. Salome, you've eased my worries. As expected. You're the prettiest and the smartest. Oh, how I long to hear his praise. Verdandi, with clenched teeth, listened intently, her eyes trembling slightly. And if I refuse your proposal? Refuse. A cruel smile touched the corners of Salome's mouth. Do you think you can refuse? H. Will you abandon your precious comrades with whom you've been waiting through this hell? I've watched you and your allies tirelessly explore for over a century. Do you think I don't know of your loyalty to them? Indeed, to Verdandi, her comrades who had been with her in this hell for a century were more precious than anyone. However, Verdandi tightly gripped the blink dagger in her hand. Her gaze also drifted to the sunflower seeds planted in the flower bed. Ash's kind face, who had promised to help without hesitation, flashed before her eyes. Salome chuckled at Verdandis' reaction. Do you perhaps have feelings for that human? What a funny story, noble elf. With each word, Salome bent one of her long fingers. You're wandering here in search of a beacon to save your homeland. And why are you searching for that beacon? Isn't it because your country is being pushed back in the war against humans? Moreover, hasn't your nation already been destroyed by humans, and your race barely survives as their slaves? And even in such a situation, you want to side with humans? Ha, you truly are a fool. With trembling hands, Verdandi clenched her teeth and spat out. That's why. We're searching for the Holy Grail, aren't we? If we find the Holy Grail, we can revive the world tree, activate ancient magic, and resurrect our kingdom. Salome covered her mouth and chuckled. In the process, won't you inevitably become enemies with humans? In any case, humans are your enemies, and they are also my enemies. Salome drew a slender knife and gently ran it across her long neck. I'm offering to kill your enemies on your behalf. Shouldn't you be more than grateful? After a long silence, Verdandi asked with difficulty, if I hand over Ash, that means you'll safely return my comrades? Of course, naturally, Salome assured. The only way to save your comrades, your kin, is this. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, right? In the face of our common foe, humans, we are allies, elf. Slowly extending her hand forward, Salome offered Verdandi a handshake. Verdandi stared blankly at the beautiful hand of the Unholy Legion commander. She recalled the handshake she had shared with the human commander who was helping her just a short while ago. How about it? With a beautiful and fatally alluring smile, Salome whispered, will you form an alliance with me? Chapter 274. The next day, my party and I entered the 7th zone of the dungeon. The 7th zone could be described as the commercial district within the inner fortress of Lake Kingdom. 500 years ago, before the fall of Lake Kingdom, people living in the inner fortress shopped, ate, and drank here. Every time we explore this dungeon, I can't help but think. This time I left Lily in the city and brought Junior along. Considering the risks and Junior being a powerful awakened character, I thought she was necessary. Junior stretched her neck, taking in the sights of the 7th zone. It almost looks like a lovely city, if it weren't shrouded in darkness and overrun by monsters. True to her words, the dungeon bore the semblance of a bustling and sophisticated city. Ever since entering the inner fortress, it felt even more so. The perfectly planned and constructed city streets were breathtakingly beautiful, looking as if they were straight out of a painting. If only it weren't cloaked in darkness and swarming with monsters. If it weren't for those two, this place would have a lot of research potential, Junior murmured, looking slightly disappointed. It's a shame. If there were no darkness or monsters, would it even be a dungeon? It would have just been a historical site. There would have been no need to bring weapons. The world would have been at peace. Crossroad wouldn't have been the front line against monsters. I wish to see it someday. Lake Kingdom without darkness and monsters. Junior traced her fingers over the meticulous stone walls of the dark city, murmuring softly. I had thought the same. Could Crossroad ever be just a peaceful town where people farmed and traded, without the need for wartime weapons? Lost in such musings, we soon arrived at our destination. 7th Zone, the Wolf's Den. The building was strikingly large, making it easy to locate. I looked up at the massive dungeon in front of me. The Wolf's Den consisted of 3 floors above ground and 3 below. It's a huge bar. The upper 3 floors exuded a luxurious ambience, while the lower 3 were decked out with all sorts of seedy amenities. From a place where mysterious water pipes were smoked, to a spot for enjoying the dance of performers, and various other shady entertainments of the magical kingdom from 500 years ago awaited customers. The Wolf's Den symbolized the darker side of Lake Kingdom. It was a decadent and hedonistic entertainment establishment. Quite a sleazy joint. Even without entering, lurid advertisements and posters promoting these offerings were plastered all over the building's exterior. Junior teased me as I eyed the posters with a look of distaste. I bet His Highness, the Crown Prince, has frequented places like this to the point of exhaustion, no? I was momentarily taken aback. Hey, isn't that a biased assumption about the Crown Prince? There's no way to reveal here that, back on Earth, I, not even frequenting college bars, let alone clubs, was an ultra-straight-laced guy. I had been such a model student who maintained a self-imposed curfew, the epitome of a geek. But what could I do? The reputation that this bastard Ash built up preceded me. Though inwardly choking back tears of frustration, I casually brushed my hair back and smirked arrogantly on the outside. Haha, these old-timey taverns are just child's play compared to the pleasure districts of the imperial capital. Woo! Truly the most mischievous of the empire. The Night Prince who once ruled the knights of the imperial capital. Decadent prince. Pleasure prince. Such a bad guy. That's why I'm so drawn to him. Coolin and the penal squad guys cheered and raised me up. I bit my lip, trembling with anger. Damn you, Ash. Because of your past antics, my pure and pitiable soul is being misunderstood. To ease the tension, we prepared to enter the dungeon while chatting about such silly things. Everyone looked a bit tense, but okay. Only Verdandi at the far back seemed gloomy. I approached her and asked, "Verdandi, are you okay?" "Ah yes, Lord Ash." Verdandi tried to give a smile, her tear marks more evident. "It's fine. Don't worry. Everyone will be safe. We'll make sure of it. Let's go and rescue them quickly." The massive tavern doors swung open. My party and I rushed into the dungeon. Zone 7, Wolf's Den. Clear progress. Normal rooms 0/12. Boss rooms 0/2. Treasure chests acquired, 0 out of 5. The dungeon, fitting the large building, was vast. We first cleared out the first-floor hall. The hall, as grand and ornate as a palace, had the penal squad leading the charge, the shadow squad pouring in firepower, and Junior and Verdandi wrapping things up. The monsters consisted of this season's skeletons. And then, chirp, chirp chirp, unholy. While most think of succubi and incubi when hearing unholy, those creatures are of a higher rank. TL note, reminder, the name of the legion is actually Nightmare, but as in bad dreams. The majority of the unholy legion are these pallid ghost-type monsters flying in front of us now. Simply put, they're ghosts. Ah, ghosts. As expected, Coolin, who's weak to such things, screamed and cowered. Being a close-combat physical dealer, the matchup is unfavorable for him, but please do act your size. The penal squad, which had been holding out well, was thrown into disarray at the sight of the ghosts. The ghosts, emitting eerie laughter, flew about amidst our party. Watching this, I said to Junior, "Junior, clean them up." "Yes." Junior lightly swung the staff she held. Lord of Crimson. Using up the stored stacks, blood magic poured out, and she added her own lightning magic. Boom! Zap! Kaya! In an instant, the ghosts hit by the magic exploded. The first-floor hall was cleared quickly, and the penal squad members, who'd been trembling at the ghost's appearance, embarrassedly got back on their feet. I clicked my tongue. Isn't it time you got used to these kinds of monsters? Well, I mean, just by looking at them, I instinctively get scared. Coolin, scratching the back of his head, or mane, led the penal squad members to clear out the remaining skeletons. The shadow squad began examining the stairs connecting the ground and basement. I surveyed the neatly cleaned hall, lost in thought. I heard that the Plague Legion, Unholy Legion, and Werewolf Legion had formed an alliance. The Werewolf Legion had been defeated by us. Yet the Plague Legion and the Unholy Legion should have been here together. I can't see the Plague Legion. Are they lurking deeper? It felt odd. Given the nature of the Plague Legion, they tend to spread their traces across a vast area. Those bastards are utterly filthy. Had they been in this building, traces of them, along with a nauseating stench, would have been evident from the first-floor hall. Yet, there was no sign of them. No Plague Legion? So only skeletons and ghosts in this dungeon? A smirk unknowingly brushed past my lips. This might be easier than expected. Ash. It was then. Approaching me discreetly, Verdandi whispered into my ear. When I snuck in here before to rescue my comrades, I discovered a secret passage in the hall. Exclamation point. It seems to lead somewhere. The passage is narrow, and if more than 2 people enter, the door closes automatically. Verdandi, hesitating for a moment, asked me, I think something crucial might be hidden there, but it could be dangerous. What should we do? I glanced back at Verdandi. She looked up at me with an anxious expression. Silently observing the clear eyes of this elf and the tear marks below, I broke into a slight smile. All right, let's sneak in and see for ourselves. Whether it was relief or regret, Verdandi exhaled softly. Leaving her behind, I instructed the party members. Continue cleaning up the remaining rooms on the first floor. Verdandi and I will briefly explore that passage. Perhaps because this was a tavern of ill repute in more ways than one, the Wolf's Den had several secret passages. The one Verdandi led me to was a narrow secret passage on the first floor, ascending upward. This passage, adjacent to the vast chimney of the first-floor hall, had a magic-operated elevator inside. In no time, the elevator transported us to the 3rd floor. Upon exiting, a narrow passage led forward, and a grand stone door, securely closed, came into view. Goo. As I approached, the stone doors slowly opened. A room, slightly different in ambience from the rest of this dungeon, revealed itself an elegant space reminiscent of a luxury hotel suite. On the room's red carpet stood, I've been waiting for you, Ash, a beautiful woman. Within her ragged monk's robe, a voluptuous figure was clearly visible. Lustrous pink hair cascaded down, complementing her fair skin, her captivating smile, and amidst her hair, 2 horns protruded, with a demon's tail swaying around her hips. She was the very image of a succubus that one might imagine. Entering the room and recognizing her, I murmured, Salome. Oh, you know my name? How delightful. Succubus Queen Salome giggled, covering her mouth. I chuckled bitterly to myself. Of course, I know. Out of my 742 game runs, you ruined 200 of them. Damn leader of the unholy legion. Shall we have our heartfelt conversation in our dreams? Come on. Salome extended her index finger toward me and shouted. I'll give you a sweet dream. Sleep. A vivid pink aura swirled around, sweeping over my body. Instantly, my limbs went limp, my eyes clouded, and I froze in place. Perfect. Everything is going according to plan. Iha Salome is a happy succubus. She swayed from side to side, placing her hands on her hips, and began humming a tune. Good job, elf. I didn't expect you to bring him to me so easily. Keep your promise, Salome. Verdandi, who had been standing at the entrance of the room, said in a low voice, Where are my comrades? All the prisoners are gathered on the basement 1st floor. I'll order my subordinates to release them now. Make sure you take them out safely. Verdandi quickly turned and left the room. Salome giggled and waved. Let's make another good deal next time, friend. The door closed with a thud. Aha! It's just the 2 of us now? Salome sneaked over to my side. Her pale, slender fingers touched my cheek. With her pink nails, she playfully poked my face, admiring me. Face is decent enough, and the body, well, it passes. Most of all, the power that brought down 3 Nightmare Legion commanders. Salome rested her hand on her chin and groaned. Then her eyes widened with excitement. You know, you might just be my type? But falling for such a cheap trick? Disqualified. She danced around me, bouncing and laughing like a child. Fool. Loser. Weakling. Or perhaps, it's just my irresistible charm that mere mortals can't resist. After a bit more teasing, she finally stopped in front of me. Salome spread her arms wide. Well then, bon appetit. She tried to embrace me. It was the basic predatory pose of the succubi, to physically bond with their victim and trap them in a dream, draining their life force. She hummed with anticipation, eyes closed, lips puckered, clearly ready to feast. A succubus kiss is a potent life-draining skill. However, I reached out with my left hand and stopped her lips. Hey. With her face obscured by my hand, Salome blinked in confusion. I spoke coldly. Show's over, isn't it? Eh? Her red eyes widened in shock. What? How did you break free from my mind control? Well, about that. I slowly opened my right hand, then clenched it into a fist, giving her a sly smile. Why don't you figure it out after you take this? Wham! The very next moment, my right straight punch landed cleanly on the chin of the succubus queen. Chapter 275. A few hours ago. As soon as I entered the base camp, Verdandi came to me and filled me in on the events of the previous day. Last night, the enemy's Legion commander sought me out. It was Salome, the unholy Legion commander, who had approached Verdandi, and she had made an offer. The offer was to spare all of Verdandi's comrades if she handed me over, the human commander on our side. She said she pretended to accept the offer for the time being, but now she didn't know what to do next and had come to inform me immediately. I see. Listening intently to Verdandi's story, I asked her, "Why are you telling me this?" Why not keep it a secret and just hand me over? Then you could save your comrades and even... I hesitated for a moment before continuing. You could have eliminated me, the human commander who is also an enemy to the elves, just like the succubus queen suggested. Verdandi, who had been silent, slowly opened her mouth. True, on the surface world we might be enemies. I came here to save my homeland, which was defeated in a war against humans. It would be a lie to say I don't have some resentment towards humans. But then why? However, Ash. Verdandi gave me a faint smile as she looked me in the eyes. You are a good person. And you're someone who knows the meaning of righteousness. In this hellish dungeon, and on the front lines fending off monsters on the surface, you're someone who still harbors humanity that should have been abandoned long ago. All I had given this elf was a mere dagger, a few sunflower seeds, and an empty promise to save her comrades. You have the potential to go far.
Ikan sense Italia.
Verdandi already trusted me. Whether that was due to the harsh environment of the dungeon below this lake or because she genuinely had a good eye for people, I couldn't tell. Blinded by past grudges and throwing away greater possibilities is something only fools do. A true leader should look beyond that. I have to find the Holy Grail in this dungeon. And ultimately, I have to save my kin on the surface and reclaim my homeland. Verdandi slowly bowed her head toward me. I have a gut feeling that you'll be essential for all that lies ahead, Ash. I will never deceive or betray you. I want to walk this path beside you. Even if, in the worst-case scenario, you lose all your comrades? I've spent over 100 years in this hellish place. The reason my comrades and I were able to survive without going insane is one. Verdandi spoke softly. Never lose our humanity. Don't become monsters. Never forget our sense of duty. That's what we've vowed. It's better to die a noble death as a warrior than to survive by betraying one's benefactor. My comrades would think the same. Gazing deeply into Verdandi's resolute eyes, I slowly opened my mouth. I have a way to easily save your comrades and also take down the enemy commander in one fell swoop. Verdandis' eyes widened in shock. What exactly is your plan? We go with what the succubus queen suggested. You hand myself over and get your comrades back. What? But then you would fall under the spell of that succubus. Don't worry about it. I grinned, a smirk settling at the corners of my mouth. I've got an ace up my sleeve. Present time. In the chamber of succubus Queen Salome. Thwack! My right straight landed on Salome's jaw, sending her tumbling backward. Clean hit. That one connected well. Although I had never formally studied martial arts, my brief experience with Lucky Strike in the battlefield had honed my instincts. My punch couldn't have been cleaner. How refreshing. Ah. Salome, sprawled disgracefully on the floor, clutched her reddened jaw and her eyes teared up. What? What the hell is this? You're a bit slow on the uptake, succubus. I walked toward Salome. Today's your unlucky day. Not sure if she even had a family to set up a memorial for her. But still. Ha. Don't come any closer. Salome blinked her red eyes and extended her hands once more. Now sleep. Sleep very deeply. Whoosh. A pink mist swept over me once again. Unfazed, I kept moving forward, ears ringing. It felt like a gust of wind mixed with a dreadful floral scent. If I had a mask, I'd want to wear it, but I could manage without. How? How the hell are you resisting my mind control? Panicked Salome scrambled backward, shouting. Except for the great king, my hypnosis should affect every being in this lake. How? Sorry, trade secret. I casually advanced another step toward her. Salome's face turned pale as she stumbled back until her back hit the wall, letting out a weird noise. I smirked. You're asking how I resisted your mind control skill. The answer is simple. It's thanks to my passive skill. Unyielding Commander. Unyielding Commander LV.3. A skill born from an unyielding spirit that never gives up in any situation. Provides immunity to mental status effects to all allies within a 20m radius. Immunity to mental status effects. I simply don't get affected. I've thought it was an overpowered skill since I first got it. Early on, it was nearly useless as there weren't enemies that used mental status effects. But from mid-game on, it became incredibly useful. Came true. With this passive skill, I become a hard counter against all enemies that rely on mental attacks. And the Unholy Legion, especially the upper echelon like the Succubi and Incubi, only have mental status attacks as their arsenal. Their own combat capabilities are pathetic. Instead, they rely on mind control and hypnosis to turn our heroes against each other, causing team kills. They're quite the detestable bunch. In my 742 games, I had run into these bastards about 200 times. They could be considered one of the biggest obstacles in the mid-game. But what? Oh my god! An EX grade skill. The first passive skill I received was so overpowered. Showing its usefulness only at stage 11 is a bit late, but still. Thank you, Director, for adding such a cheat skill. Now then. Standing in a place where there was no longer room to retreat, I rolled up my sleeves in front of a trembling Salome. Shall we enjoy some enlightening discipline? At that, Salome covered her body with her arms and let out a shriek. Why, you're going to hit me? Yeah, I'm going to hit you. No, wait, you've already hit me. No one has ever hit me, not even my father. Stop saying lines that would only appear in an old-school shoujo manga. I'm going to hit you anyway. The main body of this creature has laughably low stamina. Even my weak physical strength was more than enough to beat her senseless. And while I'm at it, I can glean some valuable information. How rewarding is this? Hold on a second. Look at this first. As I raised my fist, Salome quickly reached out to stop me. Whoosh! Suddenly, she lowered the shoulder of her worn-out monk robe, revealing a bit of her skin. And then, oh! She took a rigid posture like a wooden doll and made that noise. Oh! With her face turning red, Salome kept repeating that rigid motion and strange sound. Not understanding the situation, I finally asked, What are you doing right now? This is seduction. Seduction? Yes, sedu. Oh! After a brief silence, I reached out with my hands filled with anger and grabbed Salome by the collar. I couldn't help but shout at the startled Salome. Stop talking nonsense. Are you even a succubus? What kind of seduction is this? Eek. You're a disgrace to succubi, you brat. If you're going to do it right. Succubi are supposed to be a fantasy. A fantasy? You ruined it all. But I've never actually seduced anyone in person. Huh. Everyone just falls into a lewd dream. Who resists mind control? It'll give you a nice dream. You can have a great time with your ideal partner. Just trust me. Everyone's super happy. So just let me mind control you once. Okay? My ideal partner? Suddenly, the face of Serenade flashed through my mind. Gasp. No, no. That's just Ash's first love coming to mind first. Don't get caught up in this creature's tricks. Ahem. Noticing my momentary hesitation, an enthusiastic Salome continued to shout. Not just lewd dreams, okay? I can make you dream of anything. Your unfulfilled dreams. People you wanted to meet. From endless delicacies to unreachable wishes. Everything. You can achieve it all. Wishes. Unreachable. Wishes. Brother. Suddenly, text appeared before my eyes. The unforgettable brief chat lingered in my mind. Retroaddict, you have a wish you want to fulfill, don't you? Not something like money, but a more precious wish. That wish, I'll grant it for you. As long as you hold it in your heart, that dream is not a failure. I also remembered the promise I initially made with that self-proclaimed director. Yes, a wish. I was here to fulfill that. I can do anything. Seriously, I'm the succubus queen. In terms of dream powers, I'm the strongest in this world. I don't know how you resisted my mind control, but if you just lower your mental barriers for a moment, Shut up, monster. My voice was menacing as I cut off Salome's words. You think I came here just to find self-satisfaction through some trivial dream? What? I came here to conquer. My grip on Salome's collar tightened. I'm here to fight with my life on the line and achieve my wish. Salome looked up at me, her red eyes blinking blankly. It doesn't matter whether you offer me a sweet daydream or a horrible nightmare. Again, I clenched my fist and raised it. I'll achieve my wish through my efforts, in my reality. Protecting people and killing monsters, there was no room for trivial dreams on this path toward clearing the game. Indulge in your dreams all you want, monster. Salome, who had been staring at me as if mesmerized, finally spoke slowly. Ash, you really are. Ignoring her, I swung my fist down. The plan was to deplete her stamina to a critical state first, then interrogate this monster for information. Just then, thwack! Someone suddenly intervened, blocking my punch. Chapter 276. My fist was stopped by a hand clad in a white glove. That is to say, a hand materialized out of thin air and blocked my punch. Before my startled eyes, other body parts began to form above the hand. Swish, swish, swish. Flies and rats, crows and fog, all sorts of grotesque and dark entities suddenly appeared from all directions, coalescing to form a wrist and forearm, then joining together to create an upper and lower body, finally shaping the remaining parts of the figure. Within seconds, a towering man stood before me, dressed in an all-black coat, a matching tricorn hat, and a white crow mask. He looked like a plague doctor from medieval times, with a long-beaked crow mask. His appearance was so distinctive that I instantly recognized who he was. A big shot has arrived. Master of the Plague. Black Plague 1. The Wound Opener, the Embodiment of Pain, the Screaming Pus, and all other kinds of disgusting titles. A named monster. Commander of the Plague Legion. His name was Raven. Whoosh! With a casual wave of his hand, Raven sent me flying back with my fist still extended. An uneasy silence settled between Raven and Meth Master of the Plague. We stood there, glaring at each other. Salome, who had been alternating her gaze between the two of us with wide eyes, finally squawked. Hey, Crow, why did you arrive just now? I almost died, you know? Shut up, wench. Raven growled with his deep, gravelly voice. An embarrassment you are. A Nightmare Legion commander who struggles against a mere human. You should be ashamed before your king. Eek. But this guy, my mind control didn't work on him. What? Your mind control? From within his crow mask, a spark lit up in the monster's eyes. Seems like you have some hidden tricks, human. Plenty, monster. As I casually shook off my hand, Raven's tone deepened even more. I see. I have now realized who you are. Oh, have you? You're pretty quick on the uptake. Even though I mocked his theatrical tone, Raven wasn't fazed. Ash. Ashborn hater ever black. You are the one opposing the king. Kinda embarrassed with all these fans. Want an autograph? Continuing to taunt him, Raven flapped the hem of his coat, spreading dreadful dark energy all around. I shall turn you into a puddle of blood with my power right here dash. A pitch black, sticky fog erupted from Raven's body and engulfed me instantly. As the fog touched my skin, blood began to ooze out, blisters started to form, tumors and rashes spread like wildfire. Cut the crap, will you? Or so it should have. Irritated, I channeled my magic power and waved my hand, instantly dispersing the black fog that had covered me. All traces of the plague that had covered me were gone. What? A surprised Raven let out a confused voice. I waved away the fog around my face with my hand. Ugh. This is really disgusting. It would be good to have at least a mask. No, a gas mask would be better. You bastard. How did you? My plague. What a plague of words you've got. I chuckled and eyed the monstrous figure in a crow-like mask. You're just a clone, aren't you? The plague your clone spreads isn't real. It's illusionary pain. I know everything. Understanding the named monster's skills and behavior patterns was basic knowledge. Raven can create clones identical to itself. The skill name was illusionary pain. Raven had the ability to create clones that could appear simultaneously across multiple battlefields, spreading plagues over wide areas. It would seem like an insurmountable monstrosity at first glance. But every monster has its weak points. The plague spread by the original Raven is real, but the one spread by its clones is fake, merely an illusion. If you couldn't differentiate between the two, you'd be helpless against the spreading cloud of disease. But if you could distinguish them, you could locate and eliminate the original, thereby putting an end to this Nightmare Legion commander. And the illusionary pain spread by the clones is a type of mental status ailment. It was similar to the succubus spell. My passive skill, Unyielding Commander, could completely counter it. Why did their duo composition have to be the perfect counter for me? This is why pick and ban is important, you know? I don't know how you saw through my clone technique and my illusionary pain, but Raven spat out the words, a boiling voice tinged with black energy erupting from its body. There's one thing you've overlooked, oh ultimate adversary. What's that? Even with just the physical strength of this clone, I have more than enough to rip you apart and kill you. Raven's enormous figure lumbered closer. That might be true. Even in the game, each clone had quite a bit of health and attack power. They're probably stronger than me right now. But that's for an EX-grade weak commander like me. What about an SSR-grade top-tier assassin character? In a flash, as I thought that, Verdandi appeared beside me, emitting a burst of light. Seeing Verdandi suddenly appear, Salome, who had been cornered, dropped her jaw. What? I sealed the passage. How did you get back? Is that all you can say? How did you? I smirked. At the same time, my eyes briefly glanced at the dagger now in Verdandi's hand, previously at my waist. A blink dagger. Though Verdandi is the current owner, I had brought it into this room. Verdandi used the dagger's special ability to teleport beside me. It's an incredibly versatile dagger. Verdandi, how about your comrades? I've successfully rescued everyone. Standing in front of me, dagger aimed at the monsters, Verdandi spoke in a deliberately brusque tone. Thank you, Ash. Truly. Yet there was a faint hint of emotion in her otherwise restrained voice. I chuckled softly. That's good to hear. Everyone has been rescued. Salome then took a swipe at Verdandi. You, elf, are you breaking the alliance with me? Don't talk about alliances, succubus. We were never on the same side to begin with. What? Verdandi spat out fiercely. True, on the surface, humans and elves might be enemies. But if we both face a common enemy known as monsters. Verdandi glanced at me, a subtle smile crossing her lips. Enemies of enemies can become friends. I returned the smile. Raven, who had been silently watching us, slowly lowered his stance. Completely relaxing his battle posture, Raven spoke. I shall retreat. What did you say? In the absence of my original self, this avatar's combat capabilities are limited. Retreat is logical when chances of victory are low.
YU Kobar.
So you're going to run with your tail between your legs. How shameful. Where's your main body in all of this? Where are your minions? Ignoring Salome's berating, Raven shot me a sidelong glance. We shall meet again, player. Ash. Just like a third-rate villain, spouting cliches before running away. I waved my hand dismissively. I won't go after you. Hurry and scuttle away, you ugly bastard. Thud dash. No sooner had I finished speaking than Raven punched a hole through the wall, creating a massive exit. Swish. White crow wings sprouted from Raven's back. Grabbing Salome by the scruff of her neck, Raven flapped his wings and flew out of the building. I might have missed the chance to finish off Salome, but there was no way to stop their retreat after Raven's avatar appeared here in the first place. I had already accomplished my original mission here. No need to overdo it. Why, you'll see, Ash. Dangling from Raven's fingertips in a hideous pose, Salome squawked. I will imprison you in my dream. Just you wait. Do you actually aspire to be a third-rate villain or what? You will kneel before me. Call me Master Salome, and submit. Just you watch. The figures of Raven and Salome grew distant. I clicked my tongue. Try it 100, 1,000 times. Like my passive skill is going anywhere. I watched the increasingly distant figures of the two Nightmare Legion commanders and bit my lip. Encounters with them were becoming far more frequent than before. It wasn't just the boss stages. I might have to deal with them everywhere from now on. The real battle with them had begun. Since the elevator was shut down, Verdandi and I descended to the first floor through the hole in the wall. The building had quite high ceilings, so it was a bit of a drop, but Verdandi easily carried me down. In the hall of the first floor, the rescued NPC prisoners sat with blank faces, wrapped in blankets and robes. My party members were giving them water and rations. Hey guys! Verdandi ran toward a group of green-haired elves who were sitting with wan faces. It was the NPC party, the Holy Grail Seekers. Hey, are you guys okay? Snap out of it. It's me, Verdandi. You recognize me, right? However, the elves remained unresponsive, their eyes cloudy and unfocused, paying no attention to Verdandi's words. Verdandi's face fell, her expression crestfallen. I softly spoke up from behind her. It'll be okay. Ha! They've been trapped in the succubus dream for a long time. Given enough time, they'll recover. In the game, heroes who had fallen under the mind control of the Unholy Legion often suffered from aftereffects. However, they all recovered over time. They would need time too. Time to adjust to the shock of being thrown from a sweet dream into a harsh reality. Verdandi clenched her mouth shut. I handed her a pouch ID brought with me. Here, Verdandi. Ha! Sunflower seeds. Ever since I mentioned I was looking for them, they keep coming in. Verdandi took the pouch hastily with both hands. I gave her a slight smile. Share them with your comrades. Don't hold back. All of it. Slowly, Verdandi took out sunflower seeds from the pouch and fed them one by one to her comrades. The previously dazed elves gradually began munching on the sunflower seeds. Did the sunflower seeds hold some sort of memory for them? Tears began to fall, one by one, from their dried eyes. Life slowly started to return to the eyes of the hazy elves. Haha, wow, seriously. Watching this, Verdandi wiped the corners of her eyes and also popped a sunflower seed into her mouth. You all look so dumbfounded. Then, like a hamster, or like a child savoring a piece of candy, she began to nibble on the sunflower seeds slowly. As I stood back and silently watched. In our homeland, in Yggdrasil, which used to be the capital of the Elf Kingdom, sunflowers bloomed everywhere. Godhand, who had stepped up behind me, softly began to speak. It was the continent's largest habitat for sunflowers. Now it's all burned down. The children would snack on sunflower seeds, and the adults would make alcohol with sunflower honey. In those peaceful times, sunflowers were always part of the scenery of our homeland. So for the elves, it was comfort food, soul food, so to speak. Suddenly, memories of my own childhood came flooding back. When I followed my parents to the countryside during the holidays, sunflowers would bloom abundantly along the road. On the car ride home, my family and I would snack on sunflower seeds together, with old pop songs playing on the radio humming along. It's a landscape of memories that can never be revisited. I wondered if those elves were each seeing a similar landscape in their minds. Watching the Holy Grail seekers, laughing and crying while eating sunflower seeds, I turned away. The trio from the Shadow Squad awkwardly watching their senior elves caught my eye. Now you guys too. I took out another pouch of sunflower seeds from my pocket. You've worked hard. Have some snacks. Buddybag and Burnout and even Godhand looked hesitant. But the Shadow Squad awkwardly smiled and began eating the sunflower seeds. According to what I had heard from Godhand, both Bodybag and Burnout were born after the destruction of the Elf Kingdom. Yet, this is delicious. Takes me back, Bodybag said, grinning cheekily. Nod, nod. Burnout seemed to agree, nodding her head emphatically. Even if the form was a bit different, they too must have their own memories associated with sunflower seeds. Just like everyone around the world has memories tied to their own soul food, regardless of race or environment. With a slight smile, I popped a seed into my mouth. Tasted a bit different from Earth's, but it wasn't bad. Chapter 277. Among the rescued NPCs, there was another familiar face. Your Highness! A burly man wearing a jackal mask sprinted towards me. Recognizing him, a smile spread across my face. Jackal! The NPC boss of Zone 5 Dungeon, Flaming Coliseum. It was Jackal, the gladiator king I had encountered before Stage 5. You're alive. Had your Highness not come to rescue me, I'd be stuck here until death. I owe everything to you. As soon as he reached me, Jackal prostrated himself on the ground. Please accept me, your Highness. I covered my mouth and chuckled. Seeing his attitude, a mix of respect and cheekiness, was a welcome sight. We exchanged pleasantries and caught up on recent events. After suffering a defeat against Celendian's Vampire Legion and trying to rebuild his forces in the ruins of the Colosseum, he was attacked by Lunart's Werewolf Legion and brought here. I guess he only got beat up by Nightmare Legion commanders. In other words, even after facing only Nightmare Legion commanders, the fact that he was still in one piece testified to his resilience. As I tried to comfort him in this manner, Jackal immediately corrected me. No, it was a reality check. A reality check? Let's just say, I may be stronger than most of the average boss-level monsters around here, but am not on the level of Nightmare Legion commanders. Jackal shook his hands as if to say he'd been utterly defeated. Especially now that my main base, the Colosseum, is completely destroyed, it looks like it's time for me to become an ordinary adventurer again. His base was destroyed, his forces lost, and naturally the boss-level modifications had worn off too. Jackal, now reduced to a slightly stronger-than-average NPC adventurer, continued to grumble. To him, I offered a broad smile. At least you're alive to tell the tale. Absolutely. Rolling in shit is better than dying. Although, this place feels like hell. I gestured with my chin at his jovial remarks. Jackal, if you've got nothing else to do, how about helping me out for a bit? Jackal jumped up in excitement and exclaimed, Of course, your Highness. Whatever you command. My life is already yours. I returned to the base camp. I could have continued exploring the Wolf's Den dungeon, but tending to the rescued prisoners in a safe environment was the priority. Bringing dozens of NPCs back to the base camp, which had been barren, instantly filled it with life. Ah, the foolish ones who left home have all returned. Coco the Severer chuckled as she watched this unfold. I quietly approached her and handed over a bag. What's this? Materials you requested for constructing the teleport gate. Not only had I rescued the prisoners, but I had also gathered the materials needed for the teleport gate. In one journey, I had completed 2 side quests. Coco the Severer looked at my beaming face and chuckled mischievously. Not bad, little prince. You're quick to get things done. I wish the construction of the gate would be as quick, Grandma. Heh, don't worry. I'm also rather impatient. I felt a sense of relief sharing spirits with Coco the Severer. I wonder if she has Korean ancestry among her elders? After wrapping up my conversation with Coco, I turned to see NPCs around the base camp finding their places, repairing the ruined buildings and makeshift huts. Both the Penal Squad and Shadow Squad were assisting with the work. Coolin, Godhand, and both Verdandi and Jackal were gathered, engaging in a hearty discussion. Come to think of it, Jackal has a strange connection with our party members, too. Jackal was of the Beastman race and had once been an intelligence agent for what could be considered the predecessor of Aegis Special Forces. He had relationships with both the Penal Squad and Shadow Squad. The struggles of different races living in the human world could only be understood among themselves. Leaving them to their conversation, I took a step back. Ah, so stiff. As I stepped out of the base camp and stretched, catching my breath, Ash! A refreshing female voice called out to me. Turning around, I saw a woman with white hair, wearing tattered robes, slowly approaching. You seem to have handled things smoothly. A broad smile adorned her gentle face. I returned the smile. Nameless. It was Nameless, the dungeon merchant NPC. The swaying Nameless looked at the other NPCs within the base camp and seemed to nod as if relieved. It's fortunate that everyone seems safe. Considering they were held captive by those monsters for so long, they looked surprisingly well. My eyes landed on Nameless' blood-matted hair and the tattered ends of her robe that bore ugly slash marks. I swallowed my words. So, you're the one who attacked the Plague Legion? Something felt off. If Raven and the main force of the Plague Legion had been jointly guarding the Wolf's Den, the rescue mission would have been far more difficult. But there was no sign of their legion, and only Raven's clone appeared. Thanks to that, the prisoner rescue was easy. Someone must have attacked their main base, causing them to leave for defense. Could it have been Nameless? Yes, I raided their main base. Nonchalantly nodding in affirmation, Nameless slowly looked behind her. But it wasn't just me. Thud, thud. From the darkness behind Nameless, someone emerged. My eyes widened in recognition. You are. The man who stepped out of the shadows was dressed in a black bard's outfit with a tall, pointy hat, a white smiling mask on his face, a long gray flute in his hand. Realizing who he was, I blurted out in surprise. The Pied Piper. Didn't you call me Crown back in the day, Ash? His deep, resonant voice echoed as the man once again spoke his name. Crown, you said. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. The Pied Piper, or Crown, spoke in a low, relaxed tone. I was at a loss for words. Indeed, it had been a long time. The last time I saw him was right before the start of Stage 5, when I had killed him and his minions who were occupying this very base camp. So you really did come back to life. I told you, didn't I? Death is not permitted for the subjects of the Lake Kingdom. A sardonic chuckle trickled from behind his mask. The only thing we can do is crawl like bugs forever in this darkness, unable to die. But it seems you've been doing more than just crawling? I saw the bare skin of Crown, not covered by his clothes. His entire body was covered in sores and rashes, as though he was wearing a corporeal form of the plague. You attacked the Plague Legion too? Unexpected. All this time, I thought you were part of the Nightmare Legion. That intrusion during Stage 2, and then trying to kill us at the base camp. Given that it was a 100% hostile NPC faction, I assumed he was with the Nightmare Legion. Was I wrong? Me? With those monsters? Crown's eyes flickered ominously from behind the mask. Watch your words, player. I am a native of the Lake Kingdom, the last court musician, jester, and mage. His hand gripping the flute clenched tightly. What I desire is for my kingdom to regain its light. For that, I could willingly join hands with those nightmare bastards if need be. And if required, I could fight against them as well. Crown growled and turned his gaze away, looking at Nameless, who stood there expressionlessly. This time, by pure coincidence, our objectives overlapped. That's why we attacked the Plague Legion together, and it seems that inadvertently benefited you too. Hearing this, I shrugged. In other words, this time we happened to be the enemy of each other's enemy. I tried to sound as amicable as possible, looking directly at Crown. Can't we maintain that going forward, Crown? There's no reason for enemies of a common enemy to clash. Is there? I was sincere. I didn't want to continue feuding with Crown and his undying subordinates. They weren't exactly my favorite people, but what's the point of fighting foes that won't die? Even more so if Crown isn't part of the Nightmare Legion. However, enemy of an enemy, you say? I suppose that's one way to describe our relationship. Crown muttered, his eyes coldly fixed on me. But let me advise you, Ash, the enemy of your enemy is never your ally. This time I happen to assist you, but next time, I might seize the chance to kill you again. So persuasion's out of the question, a total hostile NPC. With a disgusted grimace, I noticed Crown intently watching me as he pulled his hat down. Be that as it may, you've made it deep into the Lake Kingdom, Ash. Yes, and I plan to go even deeper, to the deepest part, heading toward the King's Castle in the Lake Kingdom, where the final stage is. Toward clearing the game, toward its ending, I will tirelessly venture deeper into this darkness. However, the inner depths of the Lake Kingdom are a different kind of hell from what you've experienced so far. Crown retreated, his body decaying due to the plague. Blood oozed from his rotting flesh, but he seemed to pay it no mind. I won't bother telling you to be cautious. That stage is long past. So why are you dragging this conversation on? What do you want to say? If you're planning on going any further, you'd better be prepared. Prepared for what? To kill you again. Although taunted, Crown spoke calmly. Be prepared to become a monster yourself. The fate of adventurers who delve too deep is always one of two things. Crown started walking back into the darkness, his form wobbling. Either die as a human or survive as a monster. This is sincere advice, young prince. And also my final warning. It's not too late for you. Forget the darkness at the bottom of this lake and enjoy your blessed life above ground. Crown disappeared back into the darkness. I watched him leave, quietly pondering his words. Suddenly, I thought of Nietzsche's famous quote. He who fights with monsters should be careful lest he thereby become a monster. And if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you. I resolved to walk the path I had chosen, regardless of what anyone said. Nothing would stop me. Absolutely nothing. Ash. At that moment, Nameless softly called out to me. I suppressed my sharpening emotions and turned to look at her. What is it? Nameless gave me a faint smile from beneath her hood. Rescuing the kidnapped people this time was something I was also working on, but I didn't have enough power to do it. But you pulled it off. Originally, Lunard, Raven, and Salome, 3 Nightmare Legion commanders had kidnapped those prisoners and occupied the wolf's lair. Even for the great Nameless, rescuing them alone would have been difficult. But after Lunard died in the last defense battle, and Nameless and Crown took care of Raven, only Salome was left. Luckily, I was able to go in and successfully rescue the prisoners. So strictly speaking, I can't take all the credit. As I was about to say this to Nameless. So, it's not much of a reward, but... With a swift movement, Nameless spread a mat on the ground and started placing various items on it. In front of my gaping mouth, Nameless spread her hands. It's been a while since I offered some services. Go ahead, choose. Are you serious? Dungeon Merchant NPC Nameless giving out rare items for free. Part 2. All kinds of dazzling golden equipment sparkled on the mat. In the face of such compassionate service for a youngster, I couldn't help but shed a tear. This is true old people spirit. Chapter 278. Lake Kingdom's innermost depths. At the very center of those depths stood a towering spire, a palace shrouded in a black mist that poured down like a waterfall. King's Castle. Step by step, Crown had walked to this place, staggering as he moved. His body, ravaged by plague, had already met death once, and he had opened his eyes anew somewhere deep in this place. Guiding his recently revived body, he headed into the king's castle. To meet the king, having passed the guards, and with great difficulty made it to the throne room, the demon king seated on the throne warmly called out his name. Crown, you're a bit late. The demon king had already been receiving other guests. Raven and Salome, the lord of the plague and a temptress. The moment they saw Crown, they ground their teeth. You scum! You damn court jester! Your Majesty! It was him. He colluded with the humans and attacked us. That's why we're in this predicament. When the two Nightmare Legion commanders lashed out in fury, the Demon King raised a hand to calm them down. Easy now, calm down. I have no intention of blaming Crown. It was for good reason. I was the one who commanded Crown to attack you. What? Raven and Salome were taken aback by the unexpected revelation. Crown walked past the two monsters and stood next to the king. From behind his mask, his eyes, filled with a cold sneer, looked down on the creatures. Let me say it once more. Crown attacked you on my orders. This man represents all humans in Lake Kingdom and also serves as your overseer. The Demon King chuckled. Raven took a step forward, not understanding. Mighty King of Kings, am not quite following your grand intentions. Why did you order this jester to attack us, your loyal subordinates? I rather want to ask you, Raven. Let's clarify the sequence of events. The Demon King slowly leaned forward in his throne. Why did you abduct adventurers? Salome's shoulders slightly shivered, but Raven replied calmly, unfazed. To find and kill a player on the human side named Ash. Aha! So you abducted random adventurers to kill Ash? The Demon King swayed his index finger from side to side, chuckling. No, that wasn't your only objective, was it? You experimented, didn't you? To refine dreams of humans. Salome's shoulders began to tremble like winter shrubs. Though Raven couldn't sweat, he felt as though his palms had become clammy. You abducted adventurers, used Salome's ability to trap them in dreams, and then chose the most horrifying thing from those dreams to manifest it in reality? They were exposed. The clandestine plot they had been carrying out. Snap! The Demon King flicked his fingers. The wall behind the throne began to separate, revealing a vast space behind it. Only I have the right to refine nightmares into monsters. The wall finally parted completely. Inside, countless human-shaped figures were piled up. Wrapped in shadows from head to toe, they were as motionless as larvae swaddled in cocoons an infinite number of people. From the heads of these humans, black droplets were extracted one by one, floating into the air. These droplets gathered in a massive glass sphere hanging from the ceiling. The collected black droplets rippled as they fell into a magical device positioned below the glass sphere. The geometrically shaped magical device emitted a blue light as it purified the black droplets. Just like brewing high-quality coffee beans over an extended period. Finally, a purified black droplet rolled out from the end of the mechanical device. By now, it was no longer a droplet but had transformed into a grotesque monster. He. The Demon King flicked his hand again, savoring the horrifying cry of the newly born monster as if it were the aroma of well-brewed coffee. Snap! Grumble! The wall behind the throne closed. Crown silently watched the wall close, gazing at his fellow men piled up inside with an emotionless look hidden behind his mask. I've colonized this Lake Kingdom, collecting nightmares from its residents. From those, I've chosen the most horrifying ones and granted them new life with my power. The Demon King turned his gaze to the two generals standing before him. Both of you also underwent this purification process and gained new flesh. Thanks to that, you've gotten a second chance at the lives you had already failed. Monsters that had invaded to annihilate humanity were repelled and killed. Even though they were repelled, the fear they instilled remained etched in the brains, genes, and souls of the people of Lake Kingdom. The Demon King forcibly extracted those memories and brought them back to life. Neither Salome nor Raven was an exception. They were once monsters who had been repelled and killed, and here they were given a second chance. Salome and Raven found themselves kneeling, their heads lowered. The Demon King clicked his tongue at the two of them. "You surely knew, my loyal subordinates. This operation is permitted to me alone." Your Majesty!" Salome scrambled forward on her knees, crying out in desperation. "I've done nothing wrong. It was Lunard, that wolf bastard, and Raven, this crow bastard. They lured me into this." Raven just silently observed the chattering Salome. Salome then flopped onto the ground, making the most pitiful face she could muster. "Really? Believe me, I'm just a simple and frugal succubus who's happy with whatever nightmare scraps your Majesty leaves. You know that. Salome, Salome, my cute and pitiable succubus." The Demon King, who had been holding back a smile, nodded his head. "Indeed, you don't have the capability to concoct such a scheme." Exactly. Salome is a foolish succubus. If I have any fault, it's just that my ears are too thin. Your Majesty, please forgive me." The Demon King turned his head away from Salome and looked at Raven. "Raven, speak if you have something to say." "Your Majesty." Raven calmly opened his mouth. "It's undoubtedly true that I have infringed upon your royal prerogative. However, please know that it was all done out of loyalty to you." "Oh? Care to elaborate on this loyalty?" "You have ruled the Lake Kingdom for over 500 years, refining monsters from nightmares." Raven subtly lifted his eyes to meet the Demon King's gaze. "But despite gathering countless nightmares, have you not still failed to find the someone you so desperately seek?" The Demon King's aura changed. Up until now, his aura had been playful and soft. But now, in an instant, it became menacing, as if the edge of a blade was glowing. A startled Salome mouthed to Raven, "What are you doing? Are you insane? Why provoke him further?" But Raven continued to stare at the Demon King, unfazed. In the Demon King's face, shrouded in dark shadows, his eyes narrowed. "Raven, you are always too perceptive. I don't know what you mean by always, but in any case, I sought alternative methods for your sake." "Alternative methods? Like digging through the dreams of adventurers?" "Exactly. If the one you seek is not in the nightmares of the Lake Kingdom's residents, then perhaps they're in someone else's nightmares." "Ha!" With a brief laugh, the Demon King leaned back in his throne. "You've dug yourself a good escape hole, Raven. It's a valid excuse. It was nothing more than sincere loyalty to your Majesty. Whatever your reasons, do not infringe upon my authority again. I don't want to kill my precious Legion commander with my own hands." The Demon King slowly lifted his head and stared at the ceiling. "And that person is definitely in the nightmares here. I would know." His tone became slightly tender. "If not, there would be no meaning to the hundreds, thousands of times I've repeated this process." Salome and Raven exchanged glances. "Is it over? Is he forgiving us?" "I will overlook it." The Demon King waved his hand dismissively, as if annoyed. "It's merely a pardon. Make sure this doesn't happen again." "Yes, your Majesty is truly generous. We are indebted to your Majesty's forbearance." Salome and Raven happily nodded their heads. From the side, Crown, who had been watching, quietly clicked his tongue. "What a waste. So, have you met my new adversary, this player named Ash?" The Demon King once again spoke with a grin. At that, Salome gritted her teeth in irritation. "Yes, we met, and oh my, I've never seen such an insufferable brat." "Insufferable? How so?" "Not only did he ignore my mind control, which is annoying enough, but if it were only that, Well, I could just think, oh, he's good, and move on. Salome then lifted her previously punched face to show the Demon King. He punched me. Can you believe it? Right on this beautiful cheek of mine, Salome's cheek. You? Punched? Ha ha ha. That's definitely a rare sight. It's no laughing matter, Your Highness. I've never been hit like that in my life. Salome winced, clutching the cheek that still felt warm from the punch. Even when I was banished in my previous life, I'd never been hit with a fist. Human men used to swoon over me. It's the first time someone has treated me like this. Salome tightly clenched her fists in front of her chest. The mere thought of that bastard Ash makes my chest churn. My body shivers, and I feel like I could cry. Salome suddenly looked up at the Demon King. What is this emotion, Your Highness? Tell me. Your chest churns, your body shivers, and you feel like crying. After a brief pause, the Demon King succinctly replied, It's love. What? Excuse me? Both Raven and Crown stared in shock at the Demon King, but he calmly repeated himself. That is love, Salome, my femme fatale. Love. Salome's eyes widened, and she slowly lowered her head. In the empty hands she had clenched in front of her chest, something seemed to be welling up. Is this love? Raven was about to urgently mutter, Don't be ridiculous, but the Demon King beat him to it, hushing everyone by placing a finger over his own lips. Raven thought to himself, disgruntled, that sadistic Demon King is at it again. Ah, I see. Salome muttered with a radiant face. So, this emotion was love? No, probably not. Definitely not. Raven and Crown thought as much but couldn't say it out loud, because the Demon King was gleefully watching Salome's enthusiastic reaction. Unholy beings like them couldn't comprehend deep emotions. That's why they vicariously experience human emotions through other people's dreams and extrapolate forms of joy and sorrow. They crave emotions and absorb the dreams and life force of others to satisfy it. Yet they only lick the surface, never touching the essence. Such was the nature of them. And Salome, being a succubus, was no exception. She had lived for hundreds of years, seemingly understanding and mimicking human emotions, but deep inside, she was empty. Therefore, this single, joking comment from the Demon King was causing a significant ripple in her life. Ash, Salome murmured with a flushed face, shyly. Wait for me. I will make you completely mine. Raven and Crown made eye contact and simultaneously nodded. They had thought they could never empathize with each other. But this time a deep understanding passed between them. A monumental disaster lay ahead for Salome. I can see a dreadful future. Crown thought inwardly, a sly smile sweeping over his lips. Whatever mischief Salome got up to next, the thought of Ash suffering because of it was slightly amusing. Well, what can you do, Ash? It's your karma. Bad guys should live their lives paying the price. This was, after all, an immutable law. Chapter 279. I received various pieces of equipment as gifts from Nameless, and also bought some. Since I had a good amount of magic stones saved up for personal use, I splurged a bit on equipment that seemed worthwhile. On top of that, Nameless sold the gear at almost bargain prices compared to their real value. She was an excellent merchant NPC, only selling high when there was demand. I needed some stuff anyway. Our equipment had taken a significant beating in the last battle. Lucas' long-worn phantom armor was in tatters. Evangeline's equipment loss was especially severe. Her golem armor was in rags, and the Crossroad family's traditional spear and shield she carried were nearly destroyed. Equipment is consumable. No need to skimp. Let's switch it out. You'll have to buy a couple sets of armor for the night duo, and I should get some upgrades for the others too. The main party and the penal squad, who had been receiving steady equipment upgrades, were in a better position. But the recently returned Shadow Squad was stuck with equipment tiers from a few stages back. They need a complete overhaul. Lost in these thoughts and spending freely, I almost drained my entire stash of personal magic stones. Yikes! Looking at my empty magic stone inventory and feeling a little queasy, Nameless tapped the counter with a grin. Since you bought a lot this time, I'll throw in an extra one. Choose. Whoa. Are you an angel or something? Incredible. I didn't even know where that weird tone came from. But who cares? Free stuff rules. So, 2 free pieces of equipment, and 9 more bought with my magic stones. 11 pieces of equipment in total shopping complete. Creating this much would have taken both a lot of money and time, so thanks to Nameless, I saved a ton. Thank you. What's there to thank? Watching you and your comrades grow is my joy. Nameless smiled brightly. Stop it, will you? You're going to grow wings and fly away. Having completed my shopping spree, it was time to wrap up this free exploration and return to Crossroad. As we discussed beforehand, we will stay here. At Coolin's words, the penal squad nodded. I smiled and nodded back. They would remain at the base camp and prepare for the construction of the forward base. Once the teleport gate commissioned from Coco the Severer was complete, they would assist in building the forward base. As their senior, I will lead well. Your Highness. Jackal grinned and did a buddy hug with Coolin. Maybe it's because they're both muscle-packed beastmen, but they seem to get along rather quickly. I had requested Jackal to help with the security of this base camp and the upcoming construction of the forward base. Having lived for hundreds of years in the Lake Kingdom, he had experience and would be a great help. Your Highness. Then, Godhand cautiously stepped forward. Well, stay here as well. Ha! Verdanda's party has not yet fully recovered, and this base camp is not entirely stable either. Godhand glanced around at the various NPCs in the base camp. We would like to help the people here. Please allow us to stay. Verdandi, are you guys really going to help us? Even though we're not of the same race? Your Majesty, you helped us even though we belong to different races. Did you not? Godhand faintly smiled. There's no rule that says you need a reason to help another person. I only reached out to you because I needed something. It felt awkward hearing such a heartfelt expression of goodwill. I licked my lips uncomfortably. We were just past stage 10, the boss stage. There was quite a bit of time until the next stage. If they wanted to help stabilize the base camp while they were here, I had no reason to refuse. However, but can Lily handle this? Ha! Only then did Godhand remember Lily, who was waiting at the crossroad. His face paled. I clicked my tongue. You don't seem like a bad guy, but you sure know how to ruin your love life. She shall understand. If it's Lily. No way shed understand, man. Could you please choose your words carefully? Do you think Shell listened to me? The image of Lily annihilating a boss monster with a massive fire spell flashed through our minds. Godhand and I simultaneously shivered in terror. Anyway, that's how it ended up. 5 from the penal squad and 3 from the shadow squad stayed at the base camp, while Junior and I returned. Come back often. And if anything happens, use this to come right back. Got it. As I stepped into the teleport gate, I said so. My party members, Jackal, Verdandi, Coco the Severer, and even Nameless, waved goodbye to me. Why are they looking at me like they're sending off their firstborn after a holiday? Sunflower seeds. Were delicious. I suddenly missed the meat pie from your castle's chef. And fresh fruit and honey. They're even hinting at what they want to eat next. Hey, do you think he'll bring it just because you mention it? Sunflower seeds, meat pie, fruits, and honey? Is that all? Is that the end of? Zap. As soon as we returned to Crossroad, I sent Junior off to rest. I headed straight to the blacksmith's. So that's what happened at the base camp. After I filled Kelly Bay in on the events, the dwarven old lady began packing her things. I should head back too. A blacksmith is essential for the smooth operation of a base camp. As she spoke, the other blacksmiths immediately tensed up and clung to Kellybay's arms and legs. No, master. Where are you going? You haven't finished teaching us your secret techniques. I still can't get the dwarven steelmaking method. Don't go before you've completed the mold training. You can't leave until you've taught us everything. These thick-headed human fools. They want to suck me dry. The blacksmiths were causing an uproar. I watched the chaos with a satisfied smile. Good job. blacksmiths. Hold on to her tight and don't let go. Your Majesty. Feeling a light tug on my hem, I looked down to find a small boy standing there. It was Hannibal, a young N-grade mercenary with a bowl haircut that obscured his face. I had assigned him as Kellybay's assistant. If Master Kellybay decides to return to where he originally was, may I go with him? Briefly at a loss for words, I bent down to meet Hannibal's eyes. It's not far, but it's a dark and humid place with frequent monster appearances. You'll be risking your life. Still want to go, Hannibal? That's fine. I want to learn more from Master Kellybay. After staring into Hannibal's earnest eyes through the bowl of his hair for a moment, I gave him a warm smile. If Master Kellybay permits, let's do that. In any case, Hannibal was too young to be of much help in the front lines. If he could learn even one useful skill from Kellybay, it would benefit both Hannibal and the long-term prospects of the front lines here. After lightly patting Hannibal's bowl haircut, I stood up. Now, Kellybay was busy fending off blacksmiths who had attached themselves to him. What was he up to? I had some requests for you, too. I was planning on asking him today to readjust the equipment I bought from Nameless and upgrade Evangeline's lance and shield to SSR-grade exclusive equipment. This was something only Kellybay, a magical blacksmith, could do, but it looked like that would have to wait. Let's request it next time. The next day, in front of the teleport gate at the Lord's mansion, Kellybay appeared, dragging his luggage with a haggard face, having spent all night passing on his techniques to other blacksmiths. Following him was Hannibal, happily pulling a cart loaded with farewell gifts made by the other blacksmiths overnight. All their gifts seemed to be menacing knives or chunks of metal, quite consistent in their tastes. So, is your back better? The reason Kellybay had stayed in Crossroad to begin with was due to a back injury sustained while fighting the world serpent Jormungandr. Was he fully recovered? It was better, but I think I overdid it yesterday. Yeah. Come by whenever it hurts. You can use the temple for free. Do you think I'd come back just to get nibbled on like that? Kellybay let out a shriek, then winced as his back seemed to hurt. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hannibal patted the dwarf's back with his small hands. Oh boy, that's an exaggeration. What level is he, anyway? You, on the other hand, look like you have some requests for me. Perhaps Hannibal's little massage helped. Kellybay straightened his back and winked at me. I'll prioritize your request as soon as the base camp stabilizes. Just wait a bit, will you? I was thinking of just leaving it to the local blacksmiths here, seeing as your back's not in great shape. My back is one thing, but your matters are my matters. Just try giving it to someone else. I'll come back and smash everything. Kellybay swung the hammer in his hand menacingly. If he comes back to Crossroad again, he might never return to his base camp. Hannibal gently nudged Kellybay, who was spitting fire from his mouth, into the teleportation gate. With a flash, they disappeared. I watched the dwarf blacksmith and his assistant vanish, waving my hand in farewell. After they were gone, I turned my head to look beside me. Lily. Startled, Lily, who was silently wheeling her wheelchair toward the teleport gate, shivered at my call. With my arms crossed, I grinned at her. What are you doing? Grumpy. Very grumpy. Lily, who had been sweating nervously, rolled her eyes to look at me. Well, between the base camp repairs and building the forward bases, wouldn't it help to have someone experienced in alchemy around? A bundle of alchemy-related supplies was hanging behind her wheelchair. I let out a soft sigh. It was Lily, who usually disliked dungeons, voluntarily asking to be dispatched. Is this the power of love? No, it's not like that. Isn't it too late to deny now? Humming an impromptu song, I shrugged my shoulders. Yeah, as if you guys are some legendary couple. Why would I block your love life? Go, have a good time. It's not like that. Lily yelled as she wheeled herself into the teleport gate and disappeared in a flash. I chuckled and gave a thumbs up. As long as you're happy, it's all okay. After the penal squad, the shadow squad, Kellybay, Hannibal, and even Lily had left, Crossroad had become noticeably quiet. I stared at the empty hero formation window and felt oddly empty. Time to get to work. Repairs for the damaged walls and defensive equipment from the last defense, compensation for the deceased, new equipment orders, new mercenary hires, and stock checks for building forward bases. There was endless work to do. I immersed myself in administrative tasks for the first time in a while. A week had passed since the end of the defense battle. The weather had turned quite chilly, and while I was sipping hot coffee and starting my morning work, Your Lordship, Director and Assistant to the Lord, Ader, came running to report. Sir Lucas has regained consciousness. I immediately left my seat and rushed out of the mansion. Crossroad had multiple prisons, and Lucas was held in the central prison, the most secure facility. As I entered the lowest level of the underground prison, Lucas was there, his limbs shackled in heavy chains. He had been trapped here for over a week, still wearing the blood-stained armor from the last battle, and his right hand was tied up with Karma Eater. My lord! Recognizing me, a bright sense of relief flashed in Lucas' eyes. The face of the former hero showed no trace of the beast he had been. It was his usual golden retriever-like, innocently kind face. Standing in front of the prison, I gave a brief order to the guards. Open it. Yes, sir. Creak. The prison door opened. I stepped in briskly and approached Lucas. His face brightened further as he looked at me and opened his mouth to speak. Lord, thank goodness, you're safe. The last battle concluded without any major. Whack. Without listening, I swung my hand with all my might and slapped Lucas across the face. His cheek flushed a bright red. Drops of blood trickled down from his split lip. WH? Slowly turning his stunned face back toward me, Lucas looked at me in disbelief. My lord? Hey! I abruptly grabbed him by the collar. I told you not to use beastification, didn't I? Grinding my teeth, I spat out. Do human words sound like dog shit to you, you mutt? Chapter 280. Beastification occurs in 3 major stages. First stage. Animalistic strength begins to take root in the human body. This is a relatively benign stage where one uses the beast's power as a tool while remaining human. Second stage. Animal instincts start to overtake rational thought. One loses language skills and starts to act half like a beast. Although a shred of human identity remains, the boundary becomes blurred. Third stage. One becomes a complete beast. Losing all human reason and normal thought, one turns into a monster thirsting for violence. If you reach the third stage, you can never return to being human. And Lucas had come close to the brink of the second stage this time. Just half a step further, and he would have been no different from the werewolf legion we had just slain. If that had happened, I might have had to kill Lucas with my own hands. Do you know how many days it took for Karma Eater to stabilize your beastly tendencies this time? His face, flushed red from the slap, was downcast, still chained as he was. Lucas was swallowing my abuse with a defeated, dog-like attitude. A week, a whole week. Do you realize how far gone you were? I'm sorry, my lord. Sorry? You think sorry solves everything, you bastard. I growled as I rolled up my sleeves. What was the order I gave you this time? Tell me. Speak. To defend the southern walls, you transferred command authority to me. And what did you do? I left the walls to charge into enemy lines. And I used beastification. And I lost my reason. By the end of the battle, I had no memory of what happened. Whack! I slapped Lucas' opposite cheek. Lucas gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. There are 3 reasons you're getting hit by me right now. First, you ignored my order not to use beastification. I'm sorry, my lord. Second, you disregarded your command authority and fought like a mad dog in the middle of enemy lines. Do you know what the third reason is? I don't know. It's because you don't value yourself at all, you idiot. Whack! I slapped the same cheek again. This time, blood spurted from his nose, dribbling down. Turning into a beast. Charging alone into enemy lines. Both are suicidal acts. All you're doing is chewing away at your own life and making yourself fodder. Why the hell are you doing this? Do you have some trivial sense of heroism? Do you feel some kind of catharsis by risking your life and sacrificing yourself each time we win a battle? Ha! If you understood the weight of the role you hold in this battlefront, you can't be like this. Why the hell don't you listen, you bastard? Lucas, who had been silently absorbing my words, finally opened his mouth. But, my lord, you also. What? You're the supreme commander, and yet, you're on the front lines too. Even you, my lord, always risk your life in battles. Every time, every single time. Always. My words briefly trailed off, and I found myself speaking almost absurdly. Hey, I am. Is it really okay for me to? I opened my mouth, but the words just wouldn't come out. Stammering, I finally shut my mouth. Suddenly, I remembered something Evangeline once told me. You really don't take care of yourself, senior. I felt it for a long time, but you have very little instinct for self-preservation. It's entirely unusual for a frontline commander to fight on the front lines himself. You're too willing to throw yourself into battle, as if your life doesn't matter. Maybe she was right. I might still be treating this battlefield as though it were part of a game. That's why I am risking even my own life like a chess piece. Perhaps Lucas was just mimicking me. Who knows? I finally realized it. All the words I had spat out at Lucas could also apply to me. It was as though I was cursing at a reflection of myself. Sigh. I clenched my forehead and let out a long sigh. Pushing my disheveled hair back, I coldly said, "Beastification is permanently sealed. Never use it again." Raising my finger, I warned him by pushing it close to his bleeding nose. "If I catch you using it one more time, it'll kill you for true insubordination." Got it? Yes, my lord. Looking at Lucas, whose lips and nose were covered in blood, a wave of guilt washed over me. But if I hadn't gone to these lengths, he would never have stopped using beastification. I had to be firm. Pot calling the kettle black. Huh? A sardonic smile crept upon my face as I confronted my own contradictions. I sighed again and gestured to the guards who had come in. They began to unlock the chains binding Lucas. Staggering, Lucas was set free, and I nodded for him to leave. "You've been through a lot. Go get treated at the temple and rest." "Yes, my lord." With a bow, Lucas exited the dungeon. His head lowered as he limped away. Phew. I looked at the spots of Lucas' blood on the floor before also stepping out of the dungeon. Ader was waiting for me at the entrance. He handed me a towel, and I hastily wiped off my blood-stained hands. I wish people wouldn't risk their lives. Watching Lucas' receding figure as he was taken to the temple, I mumbled, and Ader smiled gently. "But the battles we've been in required risking our lives, didn't they?" "I know. Still, I wish they didn't have to. If someone feels their life is in danger, I'd prefer they retreat." Staring at the blood stains on the towel, I muttered, "I wish my comrades wouldn't get hurt. I wish nobody would die." I get it. It's like the whining of a child. Nonsense, really. But still, I thought about my living party members, and those who were already dead and buried. Stage 10. How many people had recklessly thrown their lives away to get us here? I don't want to lose anyone else. Every time someone dies, it hurts. I thought I'd get used to it, but I haven't. Every single time, it feels like my insides are being skewered with a red-hot fork. "Don't forget that pain, my lord," Ader calmly whispered to me as I clenched my upset stomach. "The moment that feeling dulls and numbs, the moment people's deaths become just numbers, you will become something else entirely." For now, the pain was still vivid. Maybe that's why I reacted so strongly. Because Lucas, the protagonist of this game and my precious comrade, kept fighting recklessly without taking care of himself. I wanted to stop him, but perhaps Perhaps my comrades had been feeling the same way about me for a long time. I tightly closed my lips and continued to wipe the blood on my hands. But it wouldn't come off cleanly. I'll never resort to corporal punishment again. I felt terrible. Except when casting buffs with my maestro staff, I should never use corporal punishment again. A few more days passed. Autumn had fully ripened. The mountain trees had completely turned to fall colors, and the distant fields of neighboring cities were tinged in gold. The sky was high and blue, devoid of clouds. It was a refreshing autumn day. Life began to return to Crossroad, which had been quiet since the last defensive battle. Buildings were draped in various fabrics, and street vendors set up shop. It seemed like a festive atmosphere. Was it just because it was fall? An autumn festival? It turned out there was an upcoming festival. Yes, it's time to harvest the year's crops. Isn't it? It's a national day of celebration. Though our city is not much into farming, everyone needs to eat and have fun after working hard all year. In the Lord's office, Evangeline explained in her bubbly voice. I made a noise of acknowledgement, so it was like a harvest moon festival or Thanksgiving. Harvest festivals seem to be a universal culture, no matter the world. Come to think of it, there was an autumn festival event in the game every year. It was just a brief mention that boosted mercenaries' morale by +5 or so, barely noticeable. But experiencing it firsthand felt like a major event. What's the vibe of Crossroads Autumn Festival? Oh, what can a rural festival offer? Vendors sell skewers, and every household brings out homemade liquor to share. Evangeline shrugged. There's usually a simple martial arts tournament. What now? A martial arts tournament? And maybe a dance festival? What kind of festival? A dance festival? At that, Evangeline energetically waved her hands. Kid, it's not as grand as you might be thinking. It's really just a tiny rural area. Even so, upon hearing those words, a flash of inspiration swept through my mind as a city lord. Festival, martial arts tournament, dance festival. Isn't this a tourist attraction? If I just slap on festival or event tags and promote it well, tourists will flock like hyenas. The Crossroad Tourist City Plan, which I had put on hold, came to mind. I'd been itching to build a luxury hotel with a casino. Come to think of it, the architect from the imperial capital still hasn't arrived. The architect to design the hotel, and the distribution of magical stones accumulating in Crossroad. Both were supposed to be handled by the Merchant Guild of Silver Winter. Still no word. Well, it's understandable given the distance. It will take some time. But when will they arrive? That's when it happened. Lord! Ader quickly approached. When I looked to see why, he said, a guest has arrived from the imperial capital. Speak of the devil. I swiftly grabbed my coat and headed outside. Ader and Evangeline followed suit. Upon arriving at the north gate by carriage, the streets were already buzzing with citizens who had come to gawk. And through the wide-open north gate, as if some parade was happening, an endless stream of opulent and sophisticated wagons was entering. It was the wagons of the Merchant Guild of Silver Winter. Wow! What is this? What's going on? Evangeline's mouth fell open as she gazed at the procession. I also whistled. Seriously, Silver Winter. Your Highness. Then, from the front of the parade, a familiar voice rang out. Looking in that direction, a woman with vivid aqua-colored hair, billowing in the wind and dressed in an elegant suit, came into view. Under the bright autumn sun, her silver eyes were striking. She was energetically waving her arm at me. Her slender and pale arm shimmered against the backdrop of the blue sky like a painting. I warmly smiled and uttered her name. Serenade, the owner of the Merchant Guild of Silver Winter. My business dance partner who had weathered hardships with me in the imperial capital. Serenade Winter had arrived in Crossroad.